Chapter 180. Many people were already prepared for Yi Tianyun's level, but they didn't expect it to be a first-grade divine rune. They were all stunned, and then they burst into laughter. With so many people watching, it was really embarrassing. Everyone's level was not low, and he only inscribed a first-grade divine rune after such a long time. It was really embarrassing. After all, he had just entered the arena, and everyone thought that Yi Tianyun's level would definitely not be high. They didn't expect it to be so low. Test it. Yi Tianyun gestured to the deacon to test his divine rune. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Linley. The deacon shook his head. A first-grade divine rune was so weak that it could be broken with a casual punch. Why would there be a need to test it? If it weren't for the rules, he would have directly given it a score of 1. When the others saw Yi Tianyun's calm expression, they also shook their heads. Where did this kid come from? How could he still be so calm? Bang! The deacon punched heavily at Yi Tianyun's armor. The power was equivalent to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. After the hit, the divine rune on it slightly fluctuated, but it actually did not break. This result made the deacon stunned. It was impossible. Generally, a first-grade divine rune could be broken with this level of cultivation. The others were slightly stunned. They didn't expect that he could still persist. The divine rune brush he used seems to be of a higher level. It's at least a spiritual level. Someone immediately saw that the divine rune brush in Yi Tianyun's hand was a spiritual level divine rune brush. Everyone suddenly realized that it was the divine rune brush. No wonder it couldn't be broken with a punch. It's really a waste of this divine rune brush. Using this divine rune brush to draw a first-grade divine rune is really a waste. Yes, if I used it, it would definitely be stronger. But now it is used to draw a first-grade divine rune. It's really funny. They all shook their heads and felt that it was a great waste. No matter what, they all thought that the Zhu family was too funny. They let a low-level person go on stage and lose face. No wonder. Then I will continue to strengthen it. The deacon nodded and increased the strength of the divine rune brush to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Bang! He punched it, but it still didn't break. This made the deacon frown. How could it not be broken even after this? That was because the divine rune brush's effects were too good. Continue to strengthen it. Bang! Under the 7th level of the body refinement realm, the defensive divine inscription on the armor was not broken. This time, the others were all stunned. Even with the support of the divine rune brush, it shouldn't be so much stronger, right? This was the standard of the 7th level of the body refinement realm, which was comparable to a 2nd-grade divine inscription. I don't believe it. The deacon, who was testing the divine inscription, once again strengthened his strength. With each punch, the divine inscription did not break. After increasing the strength to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, the divine inscription still did not break. Immediately afterward, he increased his strength again, reaching the level of 1st level of spirit refinement realm, and heavily punched the divine inscription. Although his fist went down, but the divine inscription did not break. It still remained in its original state, motionless. Shocked, everyone was shocked at this time. A 1st-rank divine rune was attacked by a 1st-level spirit refinement realm cultivator, but it still didn't break? This was simply inconceivable. Was this really a 1st-grade divine imprint? Had he seen wrongly? This time, everyone's mocking smile froze. They could no longer laugh. Is this a 1st-rank divine inscription? I suspect that I saw wrongly. This is a 3rd-rank divine inscription. Even if it is not a 3rd-rank divine inscription, it is at least a 2nd-rank divine inscription, right? Yes. How can a 1st-rank divine inscription last so long? Hurry up and check it again. It is definitely a 2nd-rank divine inscription or above. The noise came again. If it was a 2nd-rank divine inscription, then this result is not surprising. The deacon was even more shocked. He did not hold back, but he still couldn't break this divine inscription. What happened? Are you sure it is a first rank divine inscription? At this time, Li Tianlong, who was sitting on the top, stood up and looked at the deacon. Pavilion Master Li, I am sure that this is a first rank divine inscription, not a third rank divine inscription. The deacon smiled bitterly. How could he be wrong? Soon after, Li Tianlong walked down from the top. Normally, he would not need to personally check this test, but now he had no choice but to come down to see what was going on. Li Tianlong came to the side of the armor, and after looking at it from top to bottom, his eyes were filled with shock. He turned to look at Yi Tianyin and said in shock, "This really is a first rank divine inscription. This is unbelievable. This is indeed a first rank divine inscription. But the difficulty of inscribing it has already reached the peak of third rank divine inscription." Li Tianlong commented, "This is not an ordinary first rank divine inscription. It is a triple first rank divine inscription. This means that when 3 first rank divine inscriptions are fused together, the effect will soar to the level of a third rank divine inscription. How can an ordinary attack break it?" After Li Tianlong commented, everyone was stunned. The Wang family head was dumbfounded. Zhu Tianhong's eyes widened, and Lin Li's mocking smile froze. All divine inscriptionists have heard of strengthening type divine inscriptions. The more layers of divine inscriptions, the higher the difficulty and the higher the power. It looked like a first rank divine inscription, but the difficulty was close to the peak of third rank divine inscriptions. Ordinary divine inscriptionists would not be able to inscribe it. The precision required was too high, and the slightest deviation would result in failure, with no chance of recovery. Therefore, most divine inscriptionists would rather inscribe third rank divine inscriptions than attempt to inscribe multiple divine inscriptions. The reason was that if they failed in the middle of inscribing a third rank divine inscription, they could try again immediately. If the third rank divine inscription failed, the previous 2 divine inscriptions would also be destroyed. However, this extremely difficult divine inscription was drawn by Yi Tianyin. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the mockery and ridicule from before had now become a silent reply to them. First rank divine inscriptions were trash. Then their inscriptions were all trash, including Lin Li's. Li Tianlong's words were absolute, and everyone naturally believed him. However, this news came too suddenly, and it caused everyone to be dumbfounded. You didn't check it carefully at all. This time it was your negligence. Li Tianlong frowned. He almost made a serious mistake. The deacon lowered his head in shame. He just took a casual glance and saw that it was a first rank divine inscription, but he didn't check it carefully. Who would have thought that it was multiple divine inscriptions? It's not that he didn't know how to inscribe multiple divine inscriptions, but the level of the divine inscriptions here was almost the same. It was unlikely that there would be multiple divine inscriptions, but it actually appeared. There's no need to test this anymore. Just give it a full score. It's not too difficult to withstand the attack of 8th level spirit refinement realm. I didn't expect that there would really be multiple divine inscriptions. This is our mistake, but the full score can only be 10 points. Otherwise, I would definitely give you 12 points. Li Tianlong directly gave a full score, and it couldn't be higher. The rules have been set, so it's not easy to change it. Li Tianlong looked at Yi Tianyin with satisfaction and smiled. "You are the contestant sent by Zhu family, right? Not bad." This result made everyone's eyes widen. Previously, they mocked Yi Tianyin for using a spirit tool, level divine, rune pen as a waste. But now they were all silent and no one dared to say a word. Multiple divine inscriptions. It takes a very high talent to inscribe them. Chapter 181. Wang clan leader, the little friend we invited, is indeed a first-grade divine imprint. However, it's a multi-layered one. How do you feel about it? Zhu Tianhong immediately began to mock and slap their faces. Just now, they were all mocking them fiercely. Now it was his turn to mock them. He had to pay for what he had done. Zhu Tianhong immediately laughed out loud. He had thought that Yi Tianyan was a fake, but now it seemed that he was the real deal. Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan were pleasantly surprised. This was their elder Yi's strength. How is this possible? How can he inscribe so many powerful inscriptions at such a young age? The Wang clan leader's countenance sank. How could such a young man have such shocking talent? In the audience, Lin Li, who was at the side, exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? It's so difficult to inscribe so many divine inscriptions. How did you manage to inscribe them?" The disdain in his eyes had long turned into shock. He was deeply shocked by Yi Tianyun's situation. I can only inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions. It seems like I have to go back and drink milk to cultivate. But if I have to go back and drink milk, what about you? Should I go back to my mother's womb and start over again? Yi Tianyun glanced at Lin Li. His tone was calm, but it had a strong impact on Lin Li's face. "What did you say?" Lin Li was infuriated by Yi Tianyun's words, but he could not teach him a lesson here, so he could only glare at him. "I didn't say anything. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just repeating what you just said." Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently. This Lin Li was used to being arrogant. Did he think that he could mock others as he pleased just because he was the strongest? He had always been the one who was disrespectful to him. So don't blame him for being impolite. If he still wanted to drink milk, then Lin Li could go back to his mother's womb. Don't be so smug. I don't know how you cultivate, but I know how to use multiple divine inscriptions. Lin Li refused to admit defeat. Don't think that you're the only one who knows how to use them. There are still a few more to come. He didn't know what level Yi Tianyan was at, so he didn't dare to mock him anymore. He decided to wait and see. He didn't expect that a freak would appear out of nowhere and directly use multiple divine inscriptions to suppress him. Qin Wentian had cultivated in many different types of divine inscriptions before, but he wasn't too familiar with them. The precision required was too high, and he had to perfectly execute the word quasi before he could inscribe it perfectly. If he failed, the consequences would be unsightly. Normally, without absolute confidence, he wouldn't dare to play like this. In this match, Yi Tianyan had slapped his opponents in the face with his strongest performance. He had obtained a perfect score and immediately attracted the attention of many people. He had displayed an outstanding standard in this round. Would he be able to maintain it in the next round? Who knows, he might only be able to inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions. Although there were multiple types of divine inscriptions, ultimately they were still first-grade divine inscriptions. Multiple divine runes. Can it resist the attack of 8th level spirit refinement realm? Yi Tianyan is quite satisfied with this result. This armor is engraved with multiple divine runes, but it doesn't mean that it can't withstand the attack of an 8th level spirit refinement realm cultivator. But relatively speaking, it can withstand a few attacks, and after a few more attacks, it will definitely collapse. Soon, the first round was over. Yi Tianyan won the first place with a perfect score. The second place was Lin Li, but Lin Li also got a perfect score, so they were evenly matched. However, in terms of level, Yi Tianyan was indeed slightly better. After the first round, the second round began. In the first round, someone won the first place with a very good level of multiple divine inscriptions. This is something I didn't expect. Li Tianlong was talking about Yi Tianyan. After glancing at the crowd, he continued, "In the second round, I will slightly change the rules and content so that the score will not be so rigid. At least, it won't be the same as the first round. After all, the situation of each family is different, which makes me feel very gratified. The division is getting stronger and stronger, which is a good thing for our Star Pavilion." As soon as he said this, several of the deacons' faces changed slightly, which means that the content will be changed. Many people's face changed slightly because the content has changed. There is no secret. These deacons can know the content of the second round in advance. Therefore, many people in the family spent a lot of money to get the information from these deacons. now that the content of the second round has changed. It's possible that the content of the second round will be changed, making their money directly go down the drain. And the thing that changed all of this is Tianyin, who was ridiculed before, which made them feel very uncomfortable. If the content changed, the previous intensive training will obviously be in vain. Now they can only pray in their hearts that there will not be any change in the content, just a little change in the rules. As the chief pavilion master, unless Li Tianlong is specially biased toward the family, otherwise, no amount of bribery will be useful. As a divine rune grandmaster and the most powerful chief pavilion master, who can bribe him? After pondering for a moment, he said, "The content of the second round is to test speed. The more divine runes you successfully inscribe within an hour, the higher the score. Regardless of the grade, the lower the score, and the higher the grade, the higher the score. A first-grade divine rune is worth 1 point. A second-grade divine rune is worth 2 points. A third-grade divine rune is worth 5 points. And a fourth-grade divine rune is worth 10 points. There is no upper limit for the score." The content of the second round was also very simple. The key to the second round was the word fast. After the spectators heard it, the content of the second round changed drastically. Previously, the rules stated that the person who inscribed the divine inscription in the shortest amount of time, and the higher the grade of the divine inscription, the higher the score. This means that a low-grade divine rune won't work at all. Even if a first-grade divine rune was successfully inscribed within a second, because the grade was too low, it would still be counted as 1 point, so there was not much meaning to it. But now it was different. The content was still the same as before, but the content was completely different. This is a competition to see who can inscribe more divine runes within the same amount of time. And this has undoubtedly become a battle for points. This is to consider the allocation of time, and there is not much meaning to blindly inscribing high-grade divine runes. If everyone can only inscribe a third-grade divine rune, and inscribe one in 2 hours, then they can only get 5 points. If they can inscribe 3 second-grade divine runes in one go within 2 hours, then they can directly rush to 6 points and directly crush third-grade divine runes. This depends on the proficiency level. If the speed of inscribing high-grade divine runes is similar to the speed of inscribing second-grade divine runes, then third-grade divine runes will undoubtedly be the priority. Although the changes have changed, everyone felt that it is still acceptable. Ding! Successfully completed Chain Mission 1. Reward: 500,000 experience points. 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Ding! Successfully accepted Chain Mission 2. Complete the second round of competition. Reward: 500,000 experience points. 1,000 divine rune proficiency points. Chapter 182. This is the first time I've seen a chain mission like this. But this feeling isn't bad, the more the better. Tianyin was quite satisfied with the proficiency level of his divine inscriptions, but it would be even better if it was even higher. From the intermediate level to the advanced level, the proficiency level required wasn't low, but it wasn't considered high either. It would only require 10,000 divine inscriptions. However, reaching the advanced level wasn't his goal. What he needed was to reach the standard of a grandmaster, and the proficiency level required for that would definitely not be low. For the second round, the difficulty level isn't that high, but rather it's a test of speed. Tianyin narrowed his eyes. There were so many types of tests, and it was truly a test of their standards. To him, this wasn't a difficult task, and he could easily deal with it. As the participants heaved a sigh of relief, Li Tianlong continued. This round isn't just a test of one's proficiency level, but also the strength of one's mental energy. Make good use of your time to grasp this round. Who knows? There might be some who would be able to display their prowess and obtain a higher score. His words weren't targeted at a specific person, but rather everyone. There were some who could inscribe second-grade divine inscriptions at an extremely fast speed. Basically, they could inscribe tens of second-grade divine inscriptions within 2 hours. While he was speaking, the participants had already decided what grade of divine inscription they wanted to inscribe. They would naturally choose the divine inscription they were most proficient with, and not the higher the grade the better. Pavilion Lordly, what about multi-level divine inscriptions? Are there any bonus points? At this moment, a participant inquired. Of course there are. For example, the multi-level divine inscriptions from before were all equivalent to third-grade divine inscriptions in terms of difficulty. Li Tianlong lightly laughed. But this will take up a lot of time. If you want to do this, you have to consider it carefully. The probability of failure is so high. Why not inscribe a simpler one? The rules were basically announced. There were many aspects to this round, and it was truly a test of one's comprehensive ability. After which, the attendants took out a piece of paper and distributed it to the participants. This time around, they didn't inscribe the divine inscription on the armor, but on the piece of paper instead. Inscribing the divine inscription on the divine inscription paper and pasted it onto a weapon or armor could achieve the same effect. It was just that after he finished inscribing the divine imprints, these divine imprints would be taken back, and he would be able to earn another sum of income. I'm really looking forward to seeing you continue inscribing those many first-grade divine imprints. Lin Li mocked. He actually hoped that Yi Tianyan would continue to play like this. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Based on the previous speed, Yi Tianyan was definitely done for. He had only completed one after so long. If he did that, he would definitely fall behind in the second round. Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as you. Yi Tianyan replied indifferently, angering the other side half to death. Humph. Then I'd like to see what grade you can draw. Lin Li didn't believe that Yi Tianyan had really reached the realm of a third-grade divine inscriptionist. Could it be that he really came from a hidden clan? After all, he looked too young. He was the youngest here. So how could anyone believe him? After everyone was ready, Li Tianlong gestured to the deacon beside him to flip the hourglass again. The hourglass countdown started again. At the start of the second round, everyone started inscribing, releasing their mental energy to the maximum, regardless of whether it was concentration or strength. This round was much stronger than the first round. The first round had more time, and many people were able to inscribe their divine imprints smoothly. However, this round was different. This was a crucial point. If they were slower by even half a beat, they would fall behind by a huge margin. At this moment, many gazes fell on Yi Tianyan. They wanted to see what grade of divine imprint he would draw. If he continued to inscribe a first-grade divine imprint, it would be too hilarious. What was the point of successfully inscribing a first-grade divine imprint? If he succeeded, he would only get 1 point. This was too low. After Yi Tianyan put his brush down, the divine imprint that appeared in front of everyone's eyes was indeed a first-grade divine imprint. He inscribed it unhurriedly, and it landed on the paper. It's still a first-grade divine imprint. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that it would at least be a second-grade divine imprint. Who would have thought that it would still be a first-grade divine imprint? Other than him, the lowest grade divine imprint was a second-grade divine imprint. Uff! The Wang clan had burst into laughter. He pointed at Yi Tianyan and said, "It seems like he really only knows how to inscribe first-grade divine imprints. No wonder he could inscribe so many first-grade divine imprints. If he could only inscribe first-grade divine imprints, he would definitely be able to learn this move." Yeah, a first-grade divine imprint is too low. That Lin Li inscribed a third-grade divine imprint, and if he succeeded, he would get 5 points. That's equivalent to inscribing 5 first-grade divine imprints, the Wang clan had added as he looked at Yi Tianyan with a mocking gaze. From their point of view, the representative of the Zhu clan had completely revealed his level. He was unable to inscribe high-grade divine imprints. He actually continued to inscribe first-grade divine imprints. Previously, I suspected that he was not a beginner, but a third-grade divine imprint master. But now I'm wrong. He really only knows how to inscribe first-grade divine imprints. After Lin Li saw this, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This was really too stupid. How many divine imprints did he have to inscribe before he could catch up to them? Zhu Tianhong, who was standing at the side, was also stunned. Previously, he was filled with confidence in Yi Tianyan. Now his confidence had completely sunk. If he continued to inscribe first-grade divine imprints, could it be that he couldn't even inscribe second-grade divine imprints? The surrounding audience started to voice their doubts. He's still continuing to inscribe first-grade divine imprints? Could it be that he really only knows how to inscribe first-grade divine imprints? That's true. Otherwise, why would he still inscribe first-grade divine imprints? I thought he was a hidden genius. Who would have thought that he would be a burden who had been focusing on first-grade divine imprints for 100 years, only practicing first-grade divine imprints? Yet he could inscribe multiple first-grade divine imprints. They were about to burst into laughter. If this continued, how are they going to catch up? From the looks of it, Yi Tianyan did not change his strategy. He was really going to continue inscribing first-grade divine imprints. Sister, this elder, Yi is really going to continue inscribing first-grade divine imprints. Is he still able to play so many tricks on first-grade divine imprints? Could it be that he wants to continue inscribing multiple divine imprints? But that doesn't seem to be worth it? I'm not too sure about this. I really can understand Elder Yi's thoughts. Since he chose to continue inscribing first-grade divine imprints as the standard for the competition, he must have his reasons. Zhu Yue nodded. In her heart, she had no doubts about this. Chapter 183. Yi Tianyan continued to inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions. It could be said that this was within their expectations. They felt that Yi Tianyan would only be able to inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions. Only by madly practicing inscribing first-grade divine inscriptions would one be able to inscribe multiple first-grade divine inscriptions. If not, how could one succeed on the first try? It was fine to play like this in the first match, but if he continued to play like this in the second match, he would be courting death. Unless he could inscribe multiple divine imprints of the first grade at an even faster speed, there was no way he could catch up to the score of the others. For example, in the first round, he had spent almost 2 hours inscribing a divine rune of the first grade. According to the score, he could only get 5 points. It was just that at the same time as obtaining 5 points, the others would definitely be able to inscribe at least 2 or 3 third-grade divine inscriptions. Hence, they would be able to obtain 15 points, directly widening the gap between them. There was no way to catch up. Initially, they thought that Yi Tianyan was just casually inscribing inscriptions, but later on, they discovered that they were all wrong. Yi Tianyan was really inscribing first-grade divine inscriptions one by one. His speed was neither fast nor slow. According to this speed, he would only be able to draw 5 or 6 pieces at most when the time was up, which meant he would only be able to get 5 or 6 points. This score was simply too low. Li Tianlong was stunned when he saw this. Then he shook his head and sighed deeply. He had thought that Yi Tianyan's proficiency would be very high, hence he specially modified it. But who would have thought that Yi Tianyan only knew how to inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions? This was truly too disappointing. Did I make a mistake? Li Tianlong felt that those who were able to inscribe multiple divine inscriptions definitely wouldn't be too weak. Although inscribing one more divine inscriptions would allow one to reach such a standard, to be able to inscribe so many divine inscriptions continuously, it meant that one must have a strong foundation of mental energy. This was because the amount of mental energy required to inscribe a third-level divine inscription far surpassed the amount of mental energy required to inscribe 3 first-grade divine inscriptions. In fact, the amount of mental energy required to inscribe 3 first-grade divine inscriptions was even comparable to the amount of mental energy required to inscribe third-grade divine inscriptions. There were quite a few people who thought highly of him, but now they all felt that they had misjudged him. It seemed like he was just a participant with a decent foundation. Judging from his age, he would have many opportunities in the future, but he was afraid that he would not be able to do so now. Yi Tianyun's countenance was still as calm as ever, as though he wasn't affected by the commotion in the surroundings. He was completely focused on inscribing a first-grade divine imprint. A moment later, a bright light shone in front of his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's almost done. It feels much better than before. The next moment, the divine rune brush in his hand emitted a blinding glow, and its speed increased by a few times. Swish, swish, swish. The divine rune paper glowed faintly as he inscribed with the divine rune brush in his hand. In just a short while he had completed a first-grade divine rune. Its speed was several times faster than before, and it was still increasing exponentially. This situation was swiftly noticed by the others, as they stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Tianyun. It was simply too fast. They had never seen someone inscribing a first-grade divine inscription with such speed. With a swoosh, one was successfully produced. Then, with another swoosh, another was successfully produced. In less than the time it took for a joss stick to burn, he had already produced 5 to 6 divine runes. Compared to the others, he had produced 5 to 6 divine runes before even a single one was completed. This was already equivalent to a third-grade divine rune. What's going on? His speed has suddenly increased. Yeah, isn't the speed a little too ridiculous? It's too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he has already inscribed 7 to 8 divine runes. My God, this is faster than the third-grade divine runes of the others, and they haven't even finished. They were all shocked, as they had witnessed something unbelievable. This was just like the first round. They had initially thought that Yi Tianyun would be at the bottom, but now it seemed that if he maintained this speed, he wouldn't be able to easily clinch first place. Lin Li had also noticed the situation here, and his originally happy heart sank to the bottom. This was simply illogical. Wasn't the speed at which he was inscribing a first-grade divine rune a little too fast? It had completely surpassed the word fast in this round. Li Tianlong was stunned, and he couldn't help but stand up from his chair. He stared blankly at the crazy speed of Yi Tianyun's inscription, and he muttered, "It's too fast." How proficient does he have to be able to inscribe at such a speed? I'm sorry, there's no more divine rune paper. Please add more divine rune paper. Yi Tianyun suddenly raised his hand, gesturing to the attendant beside him to add more divine rune paper. At this moment, there was already a stack of divine rune inscribed in his hand. There weren't many, but there were already more than 10 of them. He had used up all the divine rune paper given to him. Generally speaking, a dozen pieces of divine wood paper would be enough to inscribe in an hour. He didn't expect a freak to appear. It wasn't even half the time, and he had already finished inscribing. Oh, okay. The attendant recovered from the shock and hurriedly replaced the divine rune paper with a new one. Immediately after, Yi Tianyun immersed himself in inscribing again. The swoosh swoosh sounds were incomparably smooth. In the blink of an eye, a first-grade divine rune had been freshly inscribed. There was no difficulty at all. This is too abnormal. How are we supposed to compete? Even if it's only 1 point, based on this speed, he has already surpassed us. So, a first-grade divine rune can be played like this. I was wrong. The surrounding contestants shook their heads. There was no way they could compete with Lin Li, and this refreshed their common sense. So what if it was a first-grade divine rune? He could still get a high score. It could be said that if there were not enough points, the quantity would make up for it. What's going on? How can he inscribe so fast? Lin Li's expression was ugly, and his hands moved a little faster. Unexpectedly, with a bang, the divine rune paper caught fire. This meant that he had failed, and a third-grade divine rune was ruined, just like that. May I ask, is this purposely showing mercy? Tianyan looked over and asked indifferently. Lin Li almost exploded in anger, but he still suppressed it. He had failed because of this matter. He couldn't be bothered to reply, and continued to inscribe seriously. Even if he failed, he had to win back some points. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours passed quickly. When the hourglass had just emptied, the attendant at the side immediately shouted, "Stop!" At this time, everyone stopped their divine rune brushes. Regardless of whether they had finished inscribing or not, they all had to put down their brushes. At this time, there was already a thick stack of inscribed divine runes beside Tianyun's hand. Compared to the thin ones that the others had, this stack was really too thick. Chapter 184. Everyone looked at the thick stack of divine runes that Tianyun had finished inscribing. They were shocked. This was the first time they saw a divine rune master inscribing so quickly. His speed was simply too fast. It was unbelievable. Initially, Tianyun was not very proficient. After all, he had mainly inscribed third-grade divine runes before. Now that he was inscribing first-grade divine runes, he was a little rusty. He could succeed, but it was a little slow. After familiarizing himself with the process, his speed increased immediately. It was the same for the 3 first-grade divine runes. If it wasn't for his lack of proficiency, he would have spent a lot of time. Ahem, we'll start counting the scores now. Li Tianlong recovered from his shock and gestured for the other deacons to check the numbers so that they could evaluate the scores. After that, they all walked down and began to tally the points. Very quickly, it was Lin Li's turn. After the numbers were tallied, the administrator nodded and announced a total of 3 third-grade divine inscriptions, 15 points. A total of 2 third-grade divine runes and 2 second-grade divine runes, 14 points in total. Not bad. This was the score of one of the contestants. A total of 2 third-grade divine runes, 2 second-grade divine runes, and 1 first-grade divine rune, 15 points in total. Your score is not bad. This was the score of another contestant. This score was almost the same as Lin Li's. In fact, if Lin Li hadn't failed, he would have gotten 20 points. No one else could surpass Lin Li. Lin Li felt insulted. He could have gotten 20 points, but he didn't expect that someone else would be on the same level as him. Wasn't this a humiliation? He was a disciple of the divine rune manor. How could his status be compared to theirs? Then, the scores were announced one by one. Most of the contestants were around 10 points. There were no high scores. Finally, it was time to count Tianyun's score. The deacon took a thick stack of divine runes and counted them. With a trembling voice, he announced, 32 first-grade divine runes, 32 points in total. When the score was announced, everyone's heart trembled violently. This was far more than the score of the second-place contestant. If Lin Li hadn't failed, he would only have gotten 20 points, which was still 12 points higher than him. The difference was 2 third-grade divine runes. How was Lin Li going to fill the gap? When everyone heard this news, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this a little too heaven-defying? Although it was easier to inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions, to be able to inscribe 32 of them in such a short period of time was already considered a top-tier ability. Wang family head, thank you for letting me win. This round, our Zhu family has won again. Zhu Tianhong naturally would not forget to mock the Wang clan, who asked them to mock him before. However, his heart finally calmed down. This Tianyun really made people tremble in fear. It was really unexpected. First, he made people fall to the bottom, and then he was thrown up high. This was definitely a genius. There's still one more round. Don't celebrate too early. When the Wang family head said these words, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. Right now, Tianyun's score was already 12 points away from the second place. How could he catch up? Is that so? Not to mention one more round. Even if there were 2 more rounds, our Zhu family would still win. Zhu Tianhong said with a smile. The Wang family had muttered in his heart. Previously, when Yi Tianyin was inscribing first-grade divine inscriptions, someone had an extremely ugly expression on his face. If the next round is for high-grade divine inscriptions, I think he will continue to inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions. If he has the ability to inscribe fourth-grade divine inscriptions, I'll be convinced. The Wang family head snorted coldly. He was unwilling to admit defeat, even if he died. The difficulty of inscribing fourth-grade divine inscriptions was extremely high. It was even higher than inscribing ordinary fourth-grade divine inscriptions. Hence, doing this was a strenuous and unrewarding task. No one was willing to do it. In terms of difficulty, even a fifth-grade divine inscriptionist wouldn't dare to do it. The more layers of divine inscriptions one tried, the higher the chances of failure. It would be better to inscribe fourth-grade divine inscriptions directly. He definitely knows high-grade divine inscriptions. Who said that he must inscribe first-grade divine inscriptions? Zhu Tianhong immediately retorted. He didn't believe that Yi Tianyin only knew first-grade divine inscriptions. Is that so? Let's wait and see. The Wang family head didn't believe it. Even if Yi Tianyin knew high-grade divine inscriptions, Lin Li could also do it. While the commotion continued, Yi Tianyin's side was filled with joy. Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan were extremely excited. Their elder Yi was indeed amazing. Elder Yi won again, and his score was much higher than the second place. This time, we will definitely be first. Yeah, Elder Yi is too amazing. I didn't expect him to be such an amazing divine inscriptionist. Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan's beautiful eyes twinkled. Looking at Yi Tianyin on the stage, the light in their eyes became more and more obvious. Who wouldn't like an outstanding genius? Impossible, you. How can you inscribe so fast? Lin Li was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe the speed. A divine inscriptionist who wasn't from the divine inscription manner could defeat him. This made him feel a great humiliation. He carried the glory of the divine inscription manner on his back. But he lost to a divine inscriptionist who was so much younger than him? Didn't you say that I focused on first-grade divine inscriptions? Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. But it's true. So what if I focused on first-grade divine inscriptions? Didn't I still win? Go back to your mother's womb and cultivate for a few more years. Yi Tianyin's words almost made Lin Li vomit blood. Who would have thought that Yi Tianyin could really continue to use first-grade divine inscriptions to suppress him? This was equivalent to giving him a ruthless stab in the back to his mocking words. Yi Tianyin was this kind of person. If he provoked him, he would pay it back tenfold. After the scores were tabulated, Li Tianlong nodded his head in satisfaction. The results this time are very pleasantly surprising. To be able to inscribe a first-grade divine inscription at such a speed, it's impossible without an extremely high level of precision. Every single stroke, a single mistake would result in failure. If I were to do it, I reckon that my speed wouldn't be as fast. Li Tianlong's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Li Tianlong was a divine inscriptionist master, yet he said that his speed was about the same as Yi Tianyin's. This was shocking. However, this is indeed beyond my expectations. Even if the score is low, if the speed is fast, it's true that you can turn the tables. Li Tianlong's smile quickly turned solemn. However, the next round will be the real test of your standards. Do your best and display your strongest divine runes. You will be awarded points based on the grade and complexity of the divine runes. This time, there is no upper limit to the number of points you can get. The real chance to turn the tables has arrived. Only those with strength can stay until the end. Those without strength are destined to be eliminated. Li Tianlong said solemnly. This time, it was finally time to test one's true strength. The higher the grade, the higher the score. Within the same grade, the difficulty was divided into low, medium, and high. For example, some divine inscriptions that increased the power of weapons were considered medium difficulty. Naturally, the score would not be low. Everything depended on the rarity of the divine inscription. This wasn't just a test of one's cultivation level, but also one's wealth. Just because some divine inscriptions were rare, it didn't mean that others knew them. This was the key to surpassing others. Chapter 185. Ding. Successfully completed the second round of competition. Obtained 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points of divine inscriptions mastery. He had obtained a perfect victory and obtained this perfect reward. The experience was quite generous, but the proficiency was the most important. A satisfied smile appeared on Yi Tianyun's face. It was merely inscribing a first-grade divine imprint. It really wasn't much. If it was a high-grade divine imprint, he could easily inscribe it. However, he loved to slap their faces, ruthlessly slap their faces. Keeping a low profile and doing things in a high profile was his philosophy. Not bad. At this rate, it wouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the advanced divine inscriptions. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. Li Tianlong was very gratified by everyone's enthusiasm. He smiled again. I am still very happy that you all still have such fighting spirit. After all, I'm very gratified that you all still have such continuous fighting strength after the previous battle. The sudden change in the content of the previous match caught many people off guard, but they still persevered. After going through the previous test, most people were already showing signs of fatigue, so this test was even more of a test of everyone's endurance. For those who didn't have sufficient stamina, there was a possibility that they would fail when inscribing the divine inscriptions they were most proficient in. Hence, changing the second stage to a battle of attrition was something that had been considered carefully. Everyone's starting line was the same. It all depended on who had the strongest endurance. Let's roughly announce the scores. First grade divine inscriptions, the difficulty of inscribing are 1, 2, 3 points. Second grade divine inscriptions, the difficulty of inscribing are 4, 5, 6 points. Third grade divine inscriptions, the difficulty of inscribing are 5, 8, 10 points. Fourth grade divine inscriptions, the difficulty is 20, 40, 60 points. When it came to grade 4 divine inscriptions, the score skyrocketed, jumping up to 20 points in one go. The intermediate difficulty was 40 points. For example, if he could inscribe a high-grade, 4th grade divine inscription, he would be awarded 60 points. All the points in front would be filled up. This is only the difference in difficulty. If someone is able to inscribe more divine runes, the score will naturally be different. Now, this is only the most basic score. When you have inscribed the corresponding divine runes, we will announce the score separately. However, the score will definitely be higher than you can imagine. Li Tianlong looked at them and said with a faint smile, therefore, you should give it your all. The higher the grade, the better. Whether you can turn the tables or not depends on this last round. There were only 3 matches here, no more, no less. This was not a martial arts competition. The consumption of mental energy was not something that could be easily recovered by eating a pill. Pills that could effectively recover mental energy consumption were simply too rare and expensive. It was obviously not worth it to use it in this competition. Everyone nodded. They were already clear about this rule. They would do their best to fight for it. How many rankings they could get would depend on this gamble. Ding! Successfully accepted the 3rd chain mission, perfect victory in the 3rd stage. Reward: 500,000 experience points, 1,000 divine inscriptions proficiency points. The reward was still the same. There was no change, but it was enough for him. Very well. Since everyone is clear, I won't say any more. There will be a little more time this time, 10 hours. Make good use of these 10 hours. Li Tianlong said. 10 hours was already a long time. Even if he failed during this period, he would be able to react quickly and try again. Perhaps he could take a good rest and carefully inscribe after a period of time. This was not a bad idea. Then an even bigger hourglass was brought out. This was a 10-hour process. After it was brought out, it was violently flipped over, signifying the official start of the competition. After flipping it over, everyone started to inscribe. Some chose to meditate and rest. If you have the ability this time, why don't you try to inscribe a first-grade divine inscription? Li looked coldly at Yi Tianyan. He did not believe that Yi Tianyan would continue to inscribe a first-grade divine inscription this time. A first-grade divine inscription was so low. Unless it was a multi-grade divine inscription, and it was at least a 4-grade divine inscription, the points would explode. If he continued to inscribe a 3-grade divine inscription, according to this definition, it would at most be 10 points. What does the grade of divine inscription I inscribe have to do with you? Yi Tianyan did not continue to pay attention to him. Instead, he meditated on the spot and closed his eyes to recover. He did not choose to inscribe a divine inscription immediately. Li was exasperated. He had nowhere to vent his anger. If not for the fact that there were so many people here, he would have exploded. After that, he could not be bothered to speak anymore. He also meditated to recover, and did not intend to inscribe immediately. In the previous battle, he had expended a lot of energy. Hence, most of them chose to meditate to recover. After recovering a little, they would inscribe their highest grade divine inscription in one go. In the blink of an eye, for hours passed. Many of the participants had already gotten up to inscribe their divine inscriptions. Some only started after 6 hours. Li only stood up to inscribe the divine weave after the 6th hour had passed. His actions quickly attracted everyone's attention. They wanted to see what grade of divine inscription Li was going to inscribe. They all chose to rest for 6 hours before starting. Even if they failed, they would still have time to inscribe another divine inscription. A few of the participants who had performed better earlier were in the crowd's range of attention. This time, the one with the most outstanding performance was not Li, but the girl beside him. Look, isn't the divine inscription inscribed by the Hua family's helper a little strange? Yeah, everyone else's is glowing gold, but hers is glowing red. It doesn't look like an ordinary divine inscription. Many people turned their attention to the girl. They realized that the divine inscription she was inscribing was very special. The light it emitted was clearly different from the others. More and more people turned their attention to her. After all, this divine inscription was a little special. At this time, the girl's forehead was covered in sweat. She gritted her teeth and continued inscribing. The divine inscription brush in her hand was about to break. The red light became more and more obvious. Yi Tianyan focused his attention on her. This girl was not extremely beautiful, but she was rather delicate. She gave off a very clean and clear feeling. Her slender hands inscribed on the divine inscription paper at a moderate speed. If I remember correctly, she should be called He Qianhan. Yi Tianyan had heard someone call her before. She was the helper invited by the Hua family. He did not know where she was from, but she seemed to be quite skilled. She had scored 15 points before, tied with Li. Oh, this is a little interesting. A 3rd-grade divine inscription with multiple attributes, and an improved version at that. How rare! Li Tianlong's eyes lit up. He was the judge of this round. He had stood up early and walked down. When he saw He Qianhan inscribing the divine inscription, he paid a little more attention. This flashing red light was not a plaything. It was the power of the fire attribute. This was an attribute divine inscription. When placed on a weapon, it would directly strengthen the weapon to the fire attribute. It was a 3rd-grade divine inscription with a high difficulty. This was not just a simple 3rd-grade divine inscription, but multiple 3rd-grade divine inscriptions. It seemed like she wanted to strengthen it to the 2nd grade, at least to strengthen the fire attribute by a level. Multiple divine inscriptions were very precious. A weapon could only be inscribed with one type of divine inscription. Hence, The choice of divine inscription was extremely important. Not only did it have to be a good divine inscription, but it also had to be multiple divine inscriptions. Only then would the value be higher. Now, He Chin-han's performance was very eye-catching. It seemed like she was really going to complete a third-grade divine inscription with dual attributes. Her score would be directly comparable to a fourth-grade divine inscription. This meant that if she completed it, she would get 20 points. Chapter 186. Many people no longer paid attention to the divine inscriptions of others. Instead, they were all focused on Lin Li and the rest. Now that He Qianhan had appeared, the top three seemed even more mysterious. Yi Tianyin paid more attention to He Qianhan. He Qianhan's level wasn't low, but he didn't know which sect came to help her. Her level is not bad. I wonder where did she come from? Or was she trained by the Hua family? How can the Hua family train such a talented divine rune master? She doesn't look old, only in her 20s. I really don't know where she came from. She is not trained by the Hua family. She was invited by the Heaven's Top Mansion. Heaven's Top Mansion? That declining Heaven's Top Mansion? They finally understood He Qianhan's true identity. They didn't expect the declining Heaven's Top Mansion to appear here to help the Hua clan in the competition. Heaven's Top Mansion? Yi Tianyin was stunned. He didn't expect He Qianhan to be from the Heaven's Top Mansion. Thinking about it carefully, the declining Heaven's Top Mansion needed resources to develop, so having a good relationship with the Star Pavilion was undoubtedly the best choice. As time passed, the divine marks they inscribed gradually took shape. But at this critical moment, He Qianhan's hand began to tremble slightly. Apparently, it was not stable enough, and she didn't know how to continue drawing. Obviously, she was still experimenting in this aspect, and she didn't know how to use it. This time, she had to give it her all. If she wanted to get a good ranking, she had to give it her all. But in the end, she didn't know how to continue drawing, and if she made a mistake, everything would be over. She's almost finished. Her hand began to tremble. It's not stable enough. She's about to fail. If she fails, she can only choose a second-grade divine rune. If she chooses second-grade divine rune, she won't be able to get into the top three. All of them shook their heads. This was the result of not having sufficient standards, yet still trying to force things. At that time, they wouldn't even be able to successfully inscribe a third-grade divine inscription. Seeing this situation, Wang family head showed a comforting smile. He didn't want to see anyone who could compete with Lin Li. Is it really going to end? He Qianhan stared at the divine inscription in front of her. Her vision gradually blurred. She was almost unable to see the direction of the divine inscription. Calm down. The key to this divine inscription is the inner line. Just overlap it with the outer line. This way, the effect of the fire attribute can achieve the overlapping effect. At this moment, a voice drifted over. Turning her head, wasn't that the young man who inscribed the first-grade divine imprint earlier? After listening to it, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened, and his thoughts became clear. In the next moment, the divine rune brush in her hand stabilized, and it no longer swayed. Following that, she started drawing frantically. Every stroke was steady and steady. Very soon, the third-grade dual attribute divine inscription was perfectly inscribed by her. I'm done! He Qianhan shouted, extremely carefree. Good. The patriarch of the Hua family couldn't help but stand up excitedly. Then Li Tianlong walked over, and after looking at it for a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, a slightly improved version of the fire attribute divine inscription, and a dual attribute one at that. The effect is not bad. I can give you 25 points, and the extra 3 points are your reward for improving it. This divine inscription of yours is slightly stronger than ordinary dual attribute divine inscriptions. Continue to work hard. Thank you, Pavilion Masterly, for your guidance, He Qianhan said respectfully. Then she turned her head to look at Yi Tianyin, who was meditating at the side, and said in a low voice, Young master, thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I would have failed. You're welcome. It's because you have a good foundation. It has nothing to do with me. Tianyin smiled casually. He didn't take the credit for this. Qianhan's clear eyes looked him up and down. It was really shocking to have such a level of skill at such a young age. Quick, look at Lin Li's divine inscription. The Wang family head's eyes lit up. He had placed all his hopes on Lin Li. As long as he won and took first place, the glory would still belong to the Wang family, not the Zhu family. Zhu Tianhong had some confidence in Tianyin. However, when he looked up to observe Lin Li, his expression changed. Lin Li's divine inscription had already taken shape, and the aura it emitted was enough to let everyone know what level it was. It was a 4th grade intermediate difficulty divine inscription. This was not an ordinary 4th grade divine inscription, but a modified 4th grade divine inscription. This meant that his score would definitely not be lower than 40 points. If Tianyin's performance was still at the 1st grade divine inscription level, which meant that he could only inscribe 3 divine inscriptions, then he would definitely win this competition. After all, 3 1st grade divine inscriptions were at most 10 points. The difference between the two was quickly pulled to 30 points. Was this not enough to fill the gap from before? This is too crazy. To be able to inscribe 4th grade divine inscriptions at such a young age, it's really amazing. Although he might not be proficient in all of them, being able to inscribe 4th grade divine inscriptions is already equivalent to being a 4th grade divine inscriptionist. They were all amazed. Qianhan's radiance had been suppressed in an instant. The two of them were not on the same level at all. This was Lin Li's true strength. After accumulating his strength, he was prepared to inscribe 4th grade divine inscriptions, far ahead. On the other hand, Tianyin had not made a move yet. He was still meditating at the same spot. Looking at him inscribing 4th grade divine inscriptions, Tianyin's expression was very calm. He did not seem to be panicking at all. However, Tianyin immediately stood up, as if under pressure, and began to inscribe his divine inscriptions. The familiar starting method caused the crowd to be dumbfounded once again. It was still a 1st grade divine inscription. Was he trying to defy the heavens, using a 1st grade divine inscription against a 4th grade divine inscription? Could it be that he needed to inscribe 4 or 5 1st grade divine inscriptions? If that was really the case, he could catch up, but wasn't this a little too heaven-defying? To be able to inscribe 4 or 5 1st grade divine inscriptions, the difficulty was already comparable to 4th grade divine inscriptions. Was he looking for trouble? Everyone was shocked by Lin Li's standard. At the same time, they were dumbfounded by Tianyin's decision to inscribe 1st grade divine inscriptions. Could it be that Tianyin only knew how to inscribe 1st grade divine inscriptions? Wasn't this a little too much? With such shocking concentration, the effect of inscribing high-grade divine inscriptions would definitely not be bad. However, Tianyin still stubbornly chose to inscribe 1st grade divine inscriptions. Lin Li glanced at him from the side, and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. It's still 1st grade divine inscriptions? Seems like there's no hope for you. You still want to use 1st grade divine inscriptions to defeat me? Too naive. I don't believe you can inscribe more divine inscriptions. Chapter 187. I'll let you try. Let's see if you can surpass me. Lin Li sneered and continued to focus on inscribing divine runes, ignoring Tianyin. In his opinion, Tianyin was bound to lose. Tianyin had a slight advantage in the previous few rounds. This round was different. Only those with a higher grade would get a higher score. If the grade was too low, it would be difficult to get a higher score. Unless Tianyin could really inscribe multiple 1st grade divine runes. But that was too difficult. He might as well inscribe a 4th grade divine rune. Tianyin ignored the gazes of others and continued to inscribe the 1st grade divine rune. Those with discerning eyes could tell that the first-grade divine rune he was inscribing was of a high difficulty level. But no matter how high the difficulty was, it was still a first-grade divine rune and not a fourth-grade divine rune. However, the difficulty of inscribing multiple divine runes on top of the high difficulty first-grade divine rune would naturally multiply. Tianyin didn't feel anything and continued inscribing. Lin Li's eyes were filled with mockery. He didn't believe that Tianyin could successfully inscribe a fifth-grade divine rune. The difficulty was no less than inscribing a fourth-grade divine rune. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. They were the key figures. One was a genius who could inscribe fourth-grade divine runes, while the other was trying to use a first-grade divine rune to inscribe multiple divine runes. Li Tianlong's eyes flickered. He didn't think that Tianyin would make any mistakes when inscribing a first-grade divine rune. As long as he could inscribe a fifth-grade divine rune, he would still get a high score. The difficulty was obvious. As time passed, Lin Li was almost at the end of his inscribing. On the other hand, Tianyin had only inscribed the second divine rune. His progress was still relatively slow. Finally, when there was only an hour left, Lin Li managed to perfectly inscribe the fourth-grade divine sigil. After connecting it, there was a buzzing sound, and the fourth-grade divine sigil shone brightly. The entire sheet of divine rune paper emitted a dazzling light. This was the effect of a fourth-grade divine rune. Success! Lin Li was pleasantly surprised. He had successfully inscribed a fourth-grade divine inscription. Previously, he had failed many times, but this time he had succeeded on his first try. As long as Tianyin didn't succeed in inscribing multiple divine inscriptions, he would be able to succeed. He really succeeded. To be able to become a fourth-grade divine inscriptionist at such a young age, his talent is truly incredible. Not bad. The standard of the divine inscriptions manner is truly shocking. Even at such a young age, he's already a fourth-grade divine inscriptionist. I wonder what level the other disciples have reached. Of course, there might even be a divine rune master. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A look of disdain flashed in Lin Li's eyes. Did they really think that divine inscriptionists were cabbages? For him to be able to inscribe fourth-grade divine inscriptions, luck played a huge part in his success. Although he was already classified as a fourth-grade divine inscriptionist, there was still a huge gap between him and a true perfect fourth-grade divine inscriptionist. Only those who could inscribe high-difficulty divine inscriptions could be called true fourth-grade divine inscriptionists. He could only be considered a pseudo-fourth-grade divine inscriptionist, following which he turned his gaze towards Tianyin. In the blink of an eye, Tianyin had already succeeded in inscribing a first-grade divine inscription at the third level and was already starting on the fourth level. Currently, it seemed to be rather stable, with no signs of disorder. Based on this situation, if he could really inscribe a first-grade divine inscription at the fourth level, it would already be equivalent to a low-level fourth-grade divine inscription. But even if he succeeded, he would still lose to Lin Li. After all, Lin Li's divine inscription was an improved version, which would definitely add a lot of points. This meant that Tianyin had to inscribe a first-grade divine inscription at the fifth level, or else his points would be caught up. But could he really succeed by doing so? This was simply a heaven-defying standard. In terms of difficulty, it was equivalent to a mid-level fourth-grade divine inscription, but the actual difficulty was still higher than a mid-level fourth-grade divine inscription. It was like an ordinary weapon, no matter how exquisite it was. It was still an ordinary weapon and not a spiritual weapon. It could only be said that the effects were similar, but it could not be sold as a spiritual weapon. Zhu Yue and the rest held their breaths. This was a crucial period, and they all hoped that Tianyin would win this battle. In their hearts, they all believed that Tianyin would win. Fifth-grade divine inscription. This was really heaven-defying. Only a seasoned fourth grade divine inscription master could inscribe a divine inscription of this level. Zhu Tianhong's mouth was dry. He hoped that Yi Tianyan would succeed and not fail. If he failed, there would be no time left. Forget about the top 3. It would be good if he could even fight his way into the top 10. Fifth grade divine inscription. From start to finish, he only inscribed first grade divine inscriptions. I suspect that he really only knows this one move. The Wang family head couldn't help but mock. His foundation is not bad, but playing like this is not good at all. I don't believe that he can inscribe a fifth grade divine inscription. No one was optimistic that Yi Tianyan would be able to inscribe it. They felt that he was too reckless. But when they thought that he really only knew this one move, they really felt helpless. Yi Tianyan was calm and did not feel that there was any problem. Soon, the fourth divine inscription was perfectly inscribed, and he began to inscribe the fifth divine inscription. The divine inscription brush in his hand was still steadily inscribing, and the divine inscription paper began to emit a dazzling light. Under such a crazy strengthening of the divine inscription, how could it not emit a dazzling light? There were only a few people left inscribing divine inscriptions, but only Yi Tianyan's divine inscription was the most eye-catching. With each stroke, the fifth divine inscription was more than half completed, and it began to be retracted. When they saw that there was only a little left, everyone's heart thumped. Could he really complete it? Fail, he must fail. Lin Li shouted in his heart. If he really succeeded, he would lose. If not for the fact that there were so many people watching, he would definitely fail under the interference if he really interfered. But now he did not dare to do so. If he really did that, he would be directly disqualified by Li Tianlong, which would mean that he would be disqualified. Finally, Yi Tianyan completed the last part of the inscription under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Buzz! The entire divine inscription paper suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. After a while, the light gradually subsided, and a first grade, fifth grade divine inscription was successfully inscribed. This scene shocked everyone. He really succeeded. He succeeded. Lin Li's face was ashen. He raised his head and rubbed his eyes. It really was a first grade, fifth grade divine inscription. There was no mistake. It really was a first grade, fifth grade divine inscription. He did not expect to lose to Yi Tianyan again, and it was by a first grade divine inscription at that. This was the greatest humiliation. He had painstakingly inscribed a fourth grade divine inscription, but it was defeated by a first grade divine inscription. When Patriarch Wang saw that Yi Tianyan had succeeded, his face turned even uglier, and he directly slumped into his chair. Where did this kid come from? How could he do this? Good. Li Tianlong took the lead and exclaimed in admiration. How could he not applaud such amazing control? Li Tianlong praised. The surrounding audience could not help but applaud. Some were too lazy to applaud, and some were even more unwilling. These were all on the Wang family's side. How could they applaud? Chapter 188. Ding! Successfully inscribed a first grade fifth rank divine rune. Reward: 5,000 experience points, 100 proficiency points. The experience and proficiency points gained from successfully inscribing this divine rune were not low. After all, the difficulty of inscribing multiple divine runes was obvious. The proficiency points gained were not much different from a fourth grade divine rune. Therefore, other than wanting to shock them, Yi Tianyan didn't need to be calculative since the experience points were about the same. Everyone was shocked by Yi Tianyan's success. Even if Yi Tianyan wasn't a fourth grade divine rune master, he would definitely be one in the future. In terms of difficulty, he could be considered a fourth grade divine inscriptionist. Hence, in theory, he could be considered a fourth grade divine inscriptionist. However, he didn't inscribe a fourth grade divine rune, so he couldn't be considered a fourth grade divine rune master. However, Zhu Tianhong and the others knew that Yi Tianyan was indeed a fourth grade divine rune master. It was just that he didn't inscribe a fourth grade divine rune. Not bad. You still succeeded. I thought you had failed. Not bad. Li Tianlong walked over and picked up the divine rune paper in front of Yi Tianyin. After studying it for a while, he said with satisfaction, Not bad. It's indeed a 4th grade intermediate divine rune. Although the difficulty should be slightly higher, I can only give you 40 points. I'm already very satisfied. Yi Tianyin smiled respectfully. Even if his score was lower than Lin Li's, he still had enough points to surpass him. So what if it was an improved divine rune? It couldn't exceed 60 points. Li Tianlong announced Lin Li's score. Your improved divine rune is not bad. I will give you 45 points. Thank you, Pavilion Lord Li. Although he said thank you, his expression was ugly. He stared at Yi Tianyin with resentment. The first place was taken away, just like that. The quota to enter the heavens' spiritual jade pond was gone just like that. How could he not be resentful? Most importantly, he was a disciple of the divine rune manor. The meaning of failure was different. Soon after, the 3 matches were over and the scores were announced by Li Tianlong. The 3 rounds of competition have ended, and the rankings for this year's Divine Inscriptions Grand Competition are out. Now I will announce the rankings. First place, Yi Tianyin. Second place, Lin Li. Third place, He Qianhan. No matter what competition it was, only the first place would be remembered forever, not the second, and definitely not the third. Wang family head, I'm really sorry this time. Our Zhu family has won in all aspects. Zhu Tianhong naturally would not forget to ruthlessly trample on the Wang family. As competitors, how could he let the other party have an easy time? Humph. Patriarch Wang didn't even bother to reply. He turned around and wanted to leave. This time, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Li. This made the Wang family lose a lot of face. In the following days, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads at all. The number of people who came to do business with them would definitely decrease. It would be strange if they could be happy about this. After the rankings were announced, the rewards were given out. Yi Tianyin obtained the right to use the heavens' spiritual jade pool for 5 days and a token. With this token, he could use it at the general pavilion at any time. 5 days in the heavens' spiritual jade pool, good stuff. Yi Tianyin held the heavens' spiritual jade pool reward token and nodded his head in satisfaction. Ding! Successfully completed the 3rd chain mission. Obtained 500,000 experience points, 1,000 proficiency points for Divine Inscriptions Mastery. The mission was completed perfectly, and he obtained another 1,000 proficiency points. After a quick check, he was not far from the high-level Divine Inscriptions Mastery. If he continued to inscribe more Divine Inscriptions, he would be able to reach that level easily. Other than 1st grade Divine Inscriptions. Do you know other Divine Inscriptions? Lin Li walked over and said coldly, no matter how well you inscribe 1st grade Divine Inscriptions, you are only a 1st grade Divine Inscriptionist. You are not a 4th grade Divine Inscriptionist. What does this have to do with you? Yi Tianyin replied indifferently. What did his grade have to do with him? This is simply an insult to me. If you have the ability, try inscribing 4th grade Divine Inscriptions. What's the point of knowing 1st grade Divine Inscriptions? Lin Li hated him to the core. What benefits do I get from inscribing 4th grade Divine Inscriptions? Yi Tianyin asked indifferently. As long as you can inscribe 4th grade Divine Inscriptions, Pavilion Master Li's insights will be yours. Lin Li threw out the reward he had obtained previously. However, Yi Tianyin did not even look at it. These insights were not of much use to him. I'm not interested. Take it and see for yourself, Yi Tianyin replied indifferently. What do you mean by not interested? I think you can inscribe it at all. Lin Li snorted coldly. As long as you can inscribe 4th grade Divine Inscriptions here, not only will I give you the insights, I will also give you everything I have. He took out a storage ring and slapped it on the platform. No one knew what treasures were inside. However, this storage ring was already quite valuable. It could not be bought without a few 100,000 taels of silver. It was definitely a rare item. However, this storage ring was not rare at all. It was not even as spacious as his own inventory. He could store whatever he wanted. He was not interested in the storage ring, but he was interested in the things inside. Lin Li must be quite wealthy. Naturally, there would be good things inside. Since you want to give me something so much, I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Tianyin pulled out a piece of divine rune paper and started inscribing with a divine rune brush. The people who had not left immediately focused their attention on him. What's going on? It looks like he's inscribing 4th grade divine inscriptions. Really? Doesn't he only know how to inscribe 1st grade divine inscriptions? Let's go and take a look. If he can really inscribe 4th grade divine inscriptions, that would be amazing. Very quickly they saw the result. Yi Tianyun's speed of inscribing 4th grade divine inscriptions was very fast. Although it was not as fast as 1st grade divine inscriptions, it was definitely at least half the speed. With this speed, he quickly inscribed 4th grade divine inscriptions. In less than 2 hours, he easily completed the 4th grade divine inscription. There was no difficulty, he completed it in one go. Although it was a low-grade, 4th grade divine inscription, it was at least a 4th grade divine inscription. Oh my God, he really completed it? Their eyes widened when they saw Yi Tianyin finish the last stroke. The aura of the 4th grade divine inscription could not be faked. Lin Li was shocked, completely shocked. He had always thought that Yi Tianyin only knew how to inscribe 1st grade divine inscriptions. Now he was slapped in the face again. A 4th grade divine inscription was inscribed in front of him, and it was done perfectly. I thought you only knew 1st grade divine inscriptions? Lin Li was shocked. Chapter 189. Who said, I only know 1st grade divine runes. Yi Tianyun's words were like a slap to their faces. The 4th grade divine rune was right in front of them, and it was carved perfectly. There was nothing to nitpick about. Regardless of the difficulty, it was enough that he could carve it. This was equivalent to a heavy slap on Lin Li's face. Wasn't it just a 4th grade divine rune? Lin Li could carve it easily. When the surrounding people saw this, they were dumbfounded. He said he could carve it, and he really did it. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, Li Tianlong had not left yet. When he saw this scene, he walked over and carefully looked at the 4th grade divine rune. He praised, not bad at all. This 4th grade divine rune is quite good. Speaking of which, why are you unwilling to carve 4th grade divine runes? Are you always aiming for 1st grade divine runes? Or are you unable to carve the more difficult 4th grade divine runes? This question was also something that the others were very concerned about. He clearly had the ability to carve 4th grade divine runes, but he kept carving 1st grade divine runes. Was it because he wanted to keep a low profile? If that was the case, he had achieved his goal. I wanted to do that, but I was ridiculed by others for carving a 1st grade divine rune. You must know that the rules are like this. It doesn't matter what grade it is, as long as it meets the rules. Moreover, who says that 1st grade divine runes are the worst? Take a closer look at the effect of my 5th grade divine rune. I have always prioritized meaning over illusion. Yi Tianyun's gaze was indifferent as he calmly replied to their questions. Only now did Li Tianlong recall, and he suddenly understood. Now that I think about it, the 1st grade divine imprint you inscribed was the simplest strength-type divine imprint. After adding 5 layers to it, the might of the divine imprint was doubled. 4th grade divine runes are basically elemental divine runes. If your weapon or armor already has an elemental attribute, it wouldn't be very useful. Yes, I have always prioritized practicality over illusion, Yi Tianyin said with a faint smile. It's just that I thought the divine rune could be taken away. Haha, you can keep this. Your level is quite high. Li Tianlong thought for a moment and extended a cordial invitation. I heard that you are a helper invited by the Zhu family's patriarch. It seems that you are quite skilled, although I don't know which sect you are from. Why don't you come to the General Pavilion as a foreign minister? We value talents in this area. We won't ask you to do anything. If you have nothing to do, you can help us carve the divine runes. If Lin Li agreed to Li Tianlong's invitation, it would undoubtedly be a slap to his face. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and politely refused. Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master Li, but I don't have such thoughts at the moment. That's a pity. Li Tianlong smiled and continued. I hope you can consider it carefully. We won't restrict you too much, and we can give you more resources. Junior will consider it carefully. Yi Tianyin nodded and said. After the invitation, Li Tianlong went to take care of other matters. He had already extended an olive branch, but he didn't know whether Yi Tianyin would accept it or not. Lin Li, who was at the side, was completely ignored by Li Tianlong. Even if his level wasn't low, Li Tianlong didn't bite him. Lin Li's level wasn't bad, but it wasn't good enough for him to invite him personally. This was because he could only be considered a fake 4th grade Divine Rune Master, while Yi Tianyin was a steady 4th grade Divine Rune Master. Li Tianlong could already tell from the technique just now. Combined with his previous level, Lin Li was definitely a top 4th grade Divine Rune Master. Moreover, Lin Li was so young. How could he not put down his status and invite him? It wasn't that Li Tianlong was friendly, but that Yi Tianyin was worthy of his invitation. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap to Lin Li's face, and there was a sharp contrast. I've already won the bet, so I won't stand on ceremony and accept it. Yi Tianyin smiled and kept the storage ring. He had already won the bet, and as for what Lin Li thought, it was none of his business. Lin Li's face was ashen, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He clenched his teeth, and after holding it in for a long time, he could only squeeze out a word. Humph! Lin Li turned around and left. He was too ashamed to see anyone, and he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Li turned around and left. Soon, the Wang family head walked down with a gloomy face. Wang family head, I'm sorry, this time it's my mistake, Lin Li said apologetically. Don't say any more. This has nothing to do with you. Moreover, it's already not bad to get second place. However, where did this kid come from? We have to investigate. I can't take this lying down. The Wang family head's face was gloomy. Wang family head, you mean? Lin Li raised his head slightly and saw the murderous glint in the Wang family head's eyes. He definitely can't be left alive. It looks like he's on the Zhu family head side. The Zhu family head is my next opponent for the Deputy Pavilion Master position, and he even won this time. Just now, Pavilion Master Li favored that kid a lot. Since that's the case, he can't be left alive. The Wang family head's eyes were cold. Lin Li nodded. That's good. Such an opponent must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. After they left, Zhu Tianhong laughed and walked over. Did you see the Wang family head's face? It's already dark. This is the first time I've seen him suffer so much. It's really been hard on you this time. We just took what we needed. Yi Tianyin smiled indifferently. He agreed to Zhu Tianhong's request because he wanted to take on Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan. I understand this, and I'm very satisfied with you this time. Zhu Tianhong raised his eyes and gestured for Attendant Lu and Attendant Huang to come over. The two of them walked over timidly with their heads lowered and did not dare to raise their heads to look at Yi Tianyin. You two know what to do, right? Zhu Tianhong looked at them coldly and said, although Deacon Huang and Deacon Lu were unwilling, they still stretched out their hands and gave themselves a few hard slaps. Their faces were swollen. I'm sorry, Master. This is all our fault. We said the wrong thing. We were blind. They did not want to do this, but the Zhu family head had specially given the order, so they could only choose to obey. Yi Tianyin, looked at them coldly, and did not bother to stop them. In his opinion, it was just a trick to hurt themselves. Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan shook their heads and did not say anything. They were just doing things for the Zhu family, and it was not too much of a mistake. All right, the matter has been helped, and they are no longer part of the Zhu family from now on. The kindness from before has been repaid today, Yi Tianyan said in a low voice. Of course, I'm a man of my word. I will not make things difficult for them anymore. Zhu Tianhong smiled faintly and said, If it's possible in the future, I hope we can cooperate well. Any reward is negotiable. If there is such a chance. Yi Tianyan's expression was indifferent, and it seemed that he would not continue to communicate with them too much. Zhu Tianhong shook his head and sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for some trouble, they would definitely be good partners. If they could become their guest elder, it would undoubtedly increase the strength of the Zhu family. Chapter 190. After Zhu Tianhong and Deacon Lu left, at the corner, Deacon Lu covered his mouth and said, Zhu clan head, are you going to let that kid go just like that? He is a 4th grade divine rune master. It would be a great loss if we let him go. Zhu Tianhong's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and gave him a slap. Pa! Deacon Lu was slapped away and a few of his teeth were broken. You still have the cheek to say that. Zhu Tianhong said coldly, If it wasn't for you, he would definitely be our guest. And you still want to force him? If you want to die, don't bring me along. A 4th grade divine rune master at such a young age. How can his background be simple? Maybe it has something to do with that mysterious expert. If he can destroy the Qing Xian mansion, even if he can't destroy the Star Pavilion, at least he can destroy our Zhu clan, do you understand? Within the clan, Zhu Tianhong was completely focused on the clan. He could sacrifice anyone for the clan, but he was not willing to provoke others. Putting one's own safety before matters of principle was the best way to handle things. Deacon Lu climbed up, his whole body was trembling. He could only lower his head and not say a word. No matter what, at least this matter has been resolved. I hope that we can cooperate in the future. Zhu Tianhong shook his head and felt that it was a pity. The two of them followed a good man. When we first adopted them, they were originally intended to be servants. I didn't expect them to sacrifice so much for our Zhu clan. It's really hard for them. I can only blame myself for being too incompetent. He left with Deacon Lu. He did not want to stay here any longer. When they left, a figure appeared in the corner. This person was Yi Tianyan. He just wanted to eavesdrop on them to see if they had any other thoughts. It seemed that Zhu Tianhong was a straightforward person. Unlike some sinister people, he was ruthless enough to sacrifice anyone for the clan. Ding! Successfully completed the mission. Become the top 3 in the Divine Rune competition. Save the 2 sisters. Reward: 1 million experience points, 1 strengthened lottery roulette ticket. Divine Rune proficiency points increased by 5,000. Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan's favorability points increased by 100. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Your Divine Rune proficiency has been upgraded to Divine Rune Advanced Proficiency. The process was extremely smooth. Naturally, there wasn't any difficulty in leveling up from the intermediate level to the advanced level. However, the proficiency required for the next level was already at the level of 100,000. This was quite troublesome. There's still one chance to use the enhanced lottery roulette. I'll use it next time. Yi Tianyan is more concerned about this. This is a lottery ticket worth 500,000 crazy points. Every time he gets something good, how can he not be tempted? After tidying up a little, he turned around and walked back to meet up with Zhu Yue and the rest. However, just as he turned around, he saw a familiar face walking towards him. Young master, we meet again. Thank you so much for your help earlier. If it wasn't for you, I would have failed my divine inscription. He Qianhan walked over and smiled. I almost forgot to introduce myself. This little girl is from Heaven's Top Mansion. Surnamed He, first name Qianhan. May I know your name? My name is Yi Tianyan, from the Jade Sect. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and said, I just said a few words casually. It's an honor for Miss He to believe me. The most important thing is that you are strong enough. Otherwise, what I said would be useless. That's true, but I still have to thank young Master Yi. I didn't expect a second-grade faction to have a genius like young Master Yi. It's really unexpected. He Qianhan smiled and said, If possible, I wonder if young Master Yi has time to visit our heaven's top mansion. That's not necessary for the time being. I still have things to do. I'll visit your mansion later. Yi Tianyin smiled. All right, then I'll wait for young Master Yi at Heaven's Top Mansion. Also, this is the referral token. When you go to Heaven's Top Mansion, you can use this to find me. He Qianhan handed the referral token to Yi Tianyin, bowed slightly, then left with a smile on her face. When Yi Tianyin returned, Zhu Yue and Zhu Yuxuan were talking about something, and when he came back, they looked at him with a smile. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? What's on my face? Yi Tianyin reached out and touched his face. It seems like there's nothing on his face. Elder Yi, why don't we change our surname to Yi? Zhu Yue smiled and said, This. Yi Tianyin was stunned. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? We are orphans. We followed the Zhu family. That's why we changed our surname to Zhu. Now that we are with you, we are no longer part of the Zhu family, so we don't plan to change our surname to Zhu. Their expression is firm. They have already decided to change their surname to Yi Tianyin. That's up to you. I don't really care. Yi Tianyin really doesn't care about this. But if they insist, then he can't do anything about it. Well, I will be called Yi Yue from now on. Then I will be called Yi Yuxuan. From now on, both of us will listen to Elder Yi's orders. Elder Yi will decide everything. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, full of joy. They felt that this is finally a kind of relief. Okay. It's up to you. Yi Tianyin felt quite helpless, but he also smiled a little. After settling the two sisters, Yi Tianyin took the token to the general pavilion. He was going to exchange for the time to enter the heaven's spiritual jade pool. Because he will be busy later, he didn't know when he will come back to the general pavilion, so he just used it here. When he came to the general pavilion, the decoration and the scale of this place is really different from the branch. The decoration style is the same, but the scale is big enough. It is like a city. The whole area belongs to the Star Pavilion. Therefore, next to the competition square, there is actually a city called Star City, a city built by the Star Pavilion. It is more like a large sect. There is not much difference between this city and other cities. The biggest difference is that it is managed by the Star Pavilion. Arriving in front of the General Pavilion, Yi Tianyin took the token and walked in. When the guards saw the token, their faces changed, and they immediately welcomed him. I am here to exchange for the reward. May I know where the heaven's spiritual jade pool is? Yi Tianyin asked. I'll have to let the elders bring you in. Please wait a moment. Then, the guards quickly went to find an elder. After a while, an elder walked over, looked him up and down, and his eyes showed some surprise. You are the winner? Although Yi Tianyin became famous in this competition, not everyone went to watch it. So many people didn't know his true identity. Yes, I am the winner, Yi Tianyin said with a smile. You are too young. The elder smiled and said, Compared to the rumors, you look much younger. Come with me. Pavilion Master Li has specially told us that if you come, we must treat you well, young Master Yi. Otherwise, we will be impolite. Yi Tianyin nodded. To be able to receive this kind of treatment, it was all because of his amazing strength. For example, Lin Li was given the cold shoulder. Chapter 191. Under the guidance of the elder, Yi Tianyin followed into the general pavilion, passed through a long corridor, and soon came to a special corridor. The environment here is obviously different from the outside. There are divine runes engraved around here, which can be used to fight against enemies. As for the effect, it needs to be studied carefully to know. But Tianyin has no interest in this. But he knows that this must be a very important place. The heavenly spiritual jade pond is in front. The elder took him to a gate not far away. There were 2 core condensation realm guards here to be able to let a core condensation realm cultivator as a guard. This place can be regarded as a big deal. Elder Yin, what's the matter? The 2 guards asked. This is the Star Pavilion's Divine Rune Competition champion. He is here to exchange for the reward. Elder Yin took out the token and handed it over and said, "This is Pavilion Master Li's token. Please check it. If you want to enter the heavenly spiritual jade pond, even Elder Yin can enter at will. It shows how important this place is." The guard took the token. After checking it, he nodded and said, "Yes, this is indeed Pavilion Master Li's token. According to the reward rules, you can get 5 days inside." With that said, they pushed open the heavy door together. After opening a gap, a very rich spiritual power surged out from the inside, making Tianyin feel comfortable. This degree of concentration is too strong, much stronger than the outside. Compared to the heavens immersing ancient ruins, spirit gathering array, the difference is more than 10 times. When opening a gap that can accommodate 1 person, the guard urged, "Hurry up, we will open the door in 5 days and let you out. During this period, you can absorb as much as you want. It depends on your ability, but you can't touch the spirit herbs inside. If you pull them out, you will have to pay for them." Tianyin nodded. Without saying a word, he immediately rushed in. After entering, the guard quickly closed the door, preventing the spiritual energy inside from leaking out. This is the heavenly spiritual jade pond. After entering, the first thing that came into view was a lake. The lake was quite vast, and the surroundings were filled with flowers and grasses. However, these flowers and grasses were not ordinary flowers and grasses, but spiritual herbs. From the looks of it, there were high and low grades. The high grade had reached the 5th grade, but the low grade was no lower than the 4th grade. They were excellent materials for refining 4th grade elixirs. Apart from these, there was nothing else and no one else was here. Such dense spiritual energy, this is completely a spirit spring. Tianyin looked over, and his appraisal, I immediately revealed it. Heaven's spiritual jade pond. 5th grade spiritual vein spring, able to nurture 5th grade spiritual herbs. The spiritual force contained in it was extremely rich and suitable for cultivators within the spirit core stage to absorb. It had the effect of improving cultivation and strengthening spiritual force. 5 days? I can't waste it. Tianyin didn't waste any time and jumped into the heaven's spiritual jade pool. The moment he jumped into the heaven's spiritual jade pool, the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings rushed into his body. He didn't need to absorb it at all. It had already rushed into his body. 500 EXP, 300 EXP, 460 EXP. This was the constant flow of EXP. He didn't need to move at will to obtain this EXP. This meant that he could lie here and sleep, and when he woke up, he might have more than 1,000,000 EXP. Of course, he wouldn't waste it like this. Even if it was 1,000,000 EXP, it was still a pitiful amount for him. Let's start absorbing. Crazy mode, activate. Tianyin didn't waste any time. He activated crazy mode and continued to absorb the spiritual energy. Under the effect of absorbing stars' great technique, a huge vortex was formed around him, sucking in the spiritual energy and absorbing it into his body. 32,000 EXP, 35,000 EXP, 34,000 EXP. Under the 8 times EXP mode, his EXP suddenly exploded. He had EXP cards, but he was reluctant to use them. After all, they were too little for him, unless he leveled up. If he wanted to upgrade the intermediate Dark North Divine art to a high-grade Earth level martial art, he still needed a lot of EXP. The Absorbing Stars Great Technique was not in a hurry to upgrade, but the Dark North Divine art was the source of EXP. Absorbing Stars Great Technique was just a simple absorption. but it couldn't be converted into EXP. The Dark North Divine Art was the main way to gain EXP immediately. Tianyin didn't pay any attention to it. He was immersed in cultivation, and his EXP continued to increase. At the same time, the consumption of Crazy Point was also a lot. Under the 8 times mode, the consumption of Crazy Point is also a lot. Because of this, he didn't dare to use Crazy Point at will. This thing is difficult to earn, and the consumption is very fast. In a blink of an eye, he had been absorbing for a full day, and finally a beautiful voice came. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyin, successfully leveled up to 7th level Spirit Core. The whole process was quite difficult. He gave up the 8 times Crazy Mode later. After all, it was calculated in minutes, and the consumption was still very high. If he could continue, the EXP would be quite considerable. However, he still chose to stop after a long period of time. Otherwise, it would take a long time for him to level up. Finally leveled up, let me see how the situation of the Dark North Divine Art is. He checked the proficiency of the Dark North Divine Art and found that the proficiency of the Dark North Divine Art is still more than 7,000. Just more than 7,000, and he can upgrade the Dark North Divine Art to the next level. Continue to absorb. Tianyin immediately sank his heart and madly absorbed the Dark North Divine Art to increase the proficiency. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and when he checked again, he found that the proficiency is more than 3,000. In a day, only more than 3,000 proficiency. Isn't this a bit too much? This proficiency is not something that can be casually absorbed, but to absorb a certain amount, it can increase the corresponding proficiency. Otherwise, if I keep absorbing the outside sky, wouldn't I be able to level up? Forget it. Time is running out. I'll just grit my teeth and buy a middle-grade Earth level Dark North Divine Art. He opened the shop, and the middle-grade Earth level Dark North Divine Art is lying in the shop. And the price is also quite eye-catching. 300,000 Crazy Point. Buy it! Tianyin gritted his teeth and chose to buy the middle-grade Earth level Dark North Divine Art. It's not easy to have so much spiritual power here, he can't waste it. Soon, a middle-grade Earth level martial art fell into the inventory, and he chose to integrate it. Ding successfully integrated Dark North Divine Art, gained 5,000 proficiency. Ding successfully upgraded Dark North Divine Art to high-grade Earth level martial art. The absorption speed increased by 6 times. The next level requires 1 million proficiency. Chapter 192. After the upgrade of the Dark North Divine Art, it soared from the original 2 times to 6 times. The effect was quite amazing, a full 3 times increase. Immediately, he used all his strength and quickly absorbed. Originally, when he absorbed, a small vortex formed around him. Now it formed a huge vortex, and all the spiritual energy rushed into his body. 12,000 experience points, 13,000 experience points, 12,800 experience points. The throughput suddenly increased, reaching an unprecedented effect. However, Tianyin felt that it was not the limit, and the Dark North Divine Art could absorb more. The absorbing stars, great technique, can't keep up with the progress. The capacity of the Dark North Divine Art is too high, and the absorption speed is not as fast as the throughput of the Dark North Divine Art. Tianyin frowned, and then his eyes lit up. I almost forgot. Didn't the Heaven-Devouring Divine Art drop before? That can enhance the effect. He immediately activated the Heaven-Devouring Divine Art. After activating it, he suddenly felt the surrounding spiritual power quickly sucking into his body. Suddenly, it was as if a whirlwind was blowing in the air, sweeping up the surrounding spiritual power, and then continuously pouring into his body. Originally, the Heaven-Devouring Divine Art was to absorb the surrounding power to enhance his own strength, but now he used it to extract spiritual energy. 23,000 experience points, 24,000 experience points, 22,000 experience points. all of a sudden, the experience soared by 10,000 experience points, and now the speed of absorption finally kept up with the absorption speed of the dark North Divine Art. He did not need crazy mode at all to reach an amazing amount of experience. Crazy mode, activate. After activating the 8 times mode, the experience suddenly exploded. 180,000 experience points, 182,000 experience points, 183,000 experience points. Such a crazy EXP mode left him dumbfounded. As expected of the base increase when it was doubled, the amount of EXP was naturally different. What are you waiting for? Let's make a fortune first. 20 times experience card use, 10 times experience card use. The only 2 experience cards he had were used, and the multiplier was suddenly stacked to 38 times experience value. 760,000 experience points, 770,000 experience points, 768,000 experience points. This experience was like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in his ears. As the numbers increased crazily, he cried out in surprise. This was too awesome. Just this speed alone meant that leveling up would be much faster. Of course, the experience required wasn't low, but if he continued like this, he wouldn't have to worry about his level. At the same time that he felt comfortable, the spiritual power around him began to drain rapidly. It was being consumed much faster than before. This was the effect of the dark North Divine Art. The absorption speed had increased, and it was much faster than when ordinary experts came in. The absorption was very crazy. Gradually, the liquid in the spirit vein became thinner, and then it was filled up by the rich liquid. However, based on the current situation, he would probably suck away more than half of the spirit vein. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Finally, he heard a pleasant voice. Congratulations to player E. Tianyan for breaking through to level 8 Spirit Core Stage. Finally, after 2 days, he successfully broke through to the 8th level Spirit Core Stage. In the short span of 4 days, he had broken through 2 levels here, and it seemed that he could continue to advance. However, he didn't have any more experience cards to use. It would be too expensive to buy them. Finally leveled up, this speed is not bad. E. Tianyan was satisfied. If others knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood. Breaking through 2 levels in such a short period of time was not bad. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to break through 1 level in a few years, let alone 2 levels. Those who had reached level 8 or level 8 Spirit Core Stage were all at least 40 or 50 years old. They were definitely geniuses. Under normal circumstances, most of them were above 80 or 90 years old, and some of them couldn't even reach that level in their lifetime. By the way, I still have 1 more lucky draw. If I get an experience card, I will use it here. He didn't have any experience card now, so if he got 1 from the lucky draw, it would be best to use it here. Immediately, he activated the lucky aura and the enhanced lucky roulette. It was no different from the previous roulette, and under his control, it began to spin quickly. The pointer kept pointing at the values on the roulette, and it was rolling crazily. He had calmed down. As for what he got, it was up to him. Soon, the pointer stopped and steadily fell on the special item. Gulp! A box fell into his inventory, causing him to be stunned. A special item, second only to a divine skill? He didn't expect to get such a special item. The special item he got before was the 100 transformation mask. Now that he had the enhanced lucky roulette, he didn't know what kind of special items he could get. Immediately, he opened the box, and something appeared in front of him. Phoenix wings. Phoenix wings. Cannot be leveled up. Decoration after equipping can fly. If you can fly, your flying speed will be increased by 3 times. Good stuff. E. Tianyan was shocked. He didn't expect to get phoenix wings. Even if he didn't reach core transformation stage, he could still fly. Even if he could fly after breaking through to core transformation stage, his flying speed would be increased by 3 times. In this way, I can fly and I can escape during normal times. With the help of teleportation, who can fight with me? Tianyin smiled and walked to the side a few times. Suddenly, his feet slipped, and before he could react, he sank to the bottom of the water. When he sank to the bottom of the water, he wanted to get up, but he found that he had fallen into a tunnel and was sucked down by a torrent. After going around in circles, he felt that he was about to get dizzy, and he felt that he was being thrown out. After being thrown out, he felt that there was no pressure from the water around him, and he felt that his body was relaxed. After spinning a few times in the air, he quickly landed on the ground. He looked up and saw a secret chamber made of white jade. There was a jade door in front of him, and it looked very strange. What's going on? Tianyin turned his head and looked behind him. He found that there was a hole that kept flowing out. Obviously, he came out from there. I need to turn off the lucky aura quickly. He was stunned and immediately turned off the lucky aura. After turning off the lucky aura, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this lucky aura caused me to be so lucky that I was sent here? Chapter 193. Before Tianyin could think about anything else, he found that the hole that he came out of had suddenly flowed back. This meant that if he wanted to come down from above, it would be very difficult to come down unless he forced his way in. It seems that it's really caused by the lucky aura. In the future, whenever I go to a special place, I have to activate the lucky aura to check. Tianyin licked his lips. He didn't expect to find a secret room like this. It seemed that it was not simple. It was not surprising that there was such an amazing secret room under such a spiritual vein. It seemed that the Star Pavilion didn't know that there was a secret room here. If there was a secret room, it would have been heavily guarded. Looking around carefully, it was overgrown with weeds. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. I just got the phoenix wings, and now I've entered such a good place. My luck is really good. Tianyin grinned and put away the phoenix wings. This was a life-saving thing. Although he had the black dragon pet that could fly, what if the black dragon was stopped? The most important thing was speed. With the phoenix wings, his escape speed increased by 3 times. Unless it was a powerhouse with a much higher cultivation than him, it would be impossible to catch up with him. After putting it away, he looked around again. Although it was overgrown with weeds, there were also a lot of elixirs. It was the same here as the outside, full of spiritual power, so it was full of elixirs. He didn't stand on ceremony at all. Without hesitation, he put them all into his inventory. They were all a bunch of 4th and 5th grade elixirs. Of course, he couldn't miss them. After cleaning up, there was nothing around except for the jade door in front of him. When he came to the jade door, he knocked on the door gently and shouted symbolically, "Is anyone there?" After shouting, there was no other phenomenon except for his own echo. He raised his hand and pushed gently. The jade door opened without much effort. With a rumbling sound, the jade door opened to both sides. At the same time, a chill came from inside, causing him to narrow his eyes. He didn't know what was inside. Since he was here, he could not go in and take a look, right? There won't be any traps inside, right? Tianyin lifted his foot and walked in. As soon as he walked in, the surrounding jade stones immediately lit up. It was as if a lamp had been lit up, illuminating the entire passageway. There was not a single blind spot. Moreover, this light was much brighter than the night pearl, and it was not dazzling. Jade Spirit Stone, a highly concentrated spirit stone that contains 3 times the spiritual power of a normal spirit stone. That's a big deal. They actually used the Jade Spirit Stone to start this secret room. Tianyin thought for a moment and felt relieved. This was one of the spiritual veins. It was not surprising that they could use the Jade Spirit Stone to start this secret room. However, he did not intend to dismantle it. Only the heavens knew what was inside the wall. If there were any traps, then he would suffer a great loss. In the face of the unknown, it was best to maintain a respectful heart. If one was too greedy for everything, they would definitely die the fastest. As he went deeper, it didn't take him long to walk into a room. It was much colder here than outside, but it wasn't frozen. However, it was enough to add a layer of frost to his clothes. If an ordinary person was here, they would have already frozen to death. When he looked up, he saw a coffin in front of him. However, it was a crystal coffin. He only needed to look up to clearly see that there was a woman lying in the crystal coffin. Someone's here. Tianyan walked over. There was really a woman lying in the crystal coffin. She was extremely beautiful. There was even a touch of red on her fair face. She looked very good, as if she was lying in the crystal coffin and sleeping soundly. She was wearing a white dress. She was spread out in the crystal coffin. There were also white lotus flowers around her. After a little investigation, he found that these white lotus flowers were the relatively rare heavenly ice snow lotus. This was a 5th grade elixir. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to find it. However, there were dozens of them spread out on the side. A faint fragrance floated from inside, making people feel a little tranquil. This woman looked like she was sleeping soundly, but in fact she was already dead. Tianyan could not feel any signs of life from her body. She was really dead. However, he did not see any wounds on her body. I didn't expect it to be a dead person, Tianyan frowned. He did not expect to find a dead person here. However, this woman's body could be preserved very well. The spiritual energy here was very dense. It must be the central area of the spiritual vein. With such dense spiritual energy and the heavenly ice snow lotus, this woman's body could be preserved for a long time, unless the spiritual vein collapsed. Immediately, Tianyan closed his eyes. He put his hands together and bowed lightly. I didn't mean to intrude. Please don't mind. He did not open the crystal coffin. Instead, he turned his head to look at other places. Although there was something good in the crystal coffin, he would not touch it. Some things were better left untouched. After walking one round, he saw a line of words on the wall in front of him. Snow lotus blooms, life is reborn. Snow lotus blooms, life is reborn. What does this mean? Tianyan frowned. He looked back and found that the heavenly ice snow lotus in the crystal coffin was indeed about to be opened. It was blooming slowly. Although it was slow, it was still blooming. These heavenly ice snow lotuses were not buried in the ground. They were just placed in the crystal coffin to bloom. This was strange. Could it be that when the heavenly ice snow lotus blooms, she will wake up? It can't be, it's that magical? Tianyan thought for a while. He felt that it was better to leave as soon as possible. Apart from the crystal coffin, there was nothing else here. Who knew what would happen if she woke up? I should leave quickly. It's good enough that I can come in and see. Just as he was about to leave, a soft murmur came from the crystal coffin. He turned his head to look at the crystal coffin as if he had seen a ghost. He saw that the beautiful woman was really about to wake up. Her eyelashes were trembling, as if she was about to wake up at any time. Should I leave or not? Tianyan's feet were nailed to the ground. He did not know if he should leave or not. She had already woken up. As long as there was no danger to him, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Who knows? There might be some other opportunities. While he was thinking, the woman had already woken up. She slowly opened her eyes. Her light blue eyes were like gems that had reappeared in the sky, emitting a faint blue light. Then, she slowly pushed the crystal coffin open and sat up. Chapter 194. The woman stretched her body as if she had just woken up. Her aura was immediately restored, unlike before when she had no aura at all. She was like a living person. At this moment, the woman turned around and happened to see him. Their eyes met. Tianyan didn't know what to say. Immediately, the woman smiled. She looked quite beautiful, like a fairy descending to the world, with a bit of immortal chi. However, Tianyan was already immune to this. He just didn't know what to say. "Brother, you're here?" The woman smiled. "Brother, what brother?" Tianyan turned his head and looked behind him. There was no one behind him. He was the only one in the room. "Brother, What are you talking about? Aren't you my brother? The woman climbed out of the crystal coffin and said with a smile, Every time I wake up, you're the one guarding me. What? I'm guarding you? Tianyin said awkwardly, I'm sorry, miss. I'm really not your brother. I'm just passing by. No one has been here for a long time. I don't know what's going on. Brother, don't joke around. You're making me happy again. The woman jumped over. Perhaps she had slept for too long. Her body went limp and she fell towards him. Fortunately, Tianyin reacted quickly. He quickly supported the woman. Are you okay? I'm fine. Brother, where are we going now? The woman smiled. Her blue eyes met his. To Tianyin, it was like looking at a blue ocean. Are we going home? Miss, I'm really not your brother. You've mistaken me for someone else. After helping her up, Tianyin let go to avoid any misunderstandings. How is that possible? You are my brother. Brother, you are making fun of me again. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she frowned and reached out to hold her head. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Miss, are you okay? Tianyin looked her up and down. He was too embarrassed to support her. After all, men and women shouldn't touch each other. If she found out that he wasn't her brother, wouldn't she chop him into pieces? Through the appraisal eye, Tianyin found out that Tianyin's cultivation was not low. Tianyin's cultivation had reached the 5th level of core transformation stage. This young man, who was not much older than him and about the same age as his aunt, was actually at the core transformation stage. You are not my brother. The woman clutched her head and said in pain, Of course I'm not your brother. I said that from the beginning. Tianyin hurriedly said, Then who am I? The woman frowned, clutching her head as she half knelt on the ground. It was as if the intense pain in her head was unbearable. Miss you. Tianyin looked up and saw the heavenly ice snow lotus in the crystal coffin. He hurriedly took it out and then placed it on her head. Following that, a faint ice-cold aura flowed into her head. After that, the woman's condition slightly stabilized. It was obvious that she had just woken up and her memory was in a mess. Thank you. The woman's condition slightly stabilized. She picked up the heavenly ice snow lotus and smelled it. Her condition had stabilized a lot. I remember a little. I am Ren Jiro from, she frowned. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't remember. The more she thought about it, the more painful it was. It's good that you can remember a little. You can think about the rest slowly. Tianyin comforted her. At least she could remember her name. If she didn't know anything, he really didn't know what to say. Brother, my head hurts. Ren Jiro fell into his arms. She still felt the pain in her head. Just a moment ago, she clearly said that he was not her brother, and now it was happening again. Tianyin felt a little speechless. He picked her up again and placed her in the crystal coffin. Lie down here for a while. You just woke up, so your memory is a bit messy. Ren Jiro nodded and lay down. She smelled the heavenly ice snow lotus. She felt a little better. Tianyin didn't go out. Instead, he chose to sit on the side. There was a spirit spring coming from the side. The design of this place was very ingenious. There were several canals dug around the room. This way, the spirit spring would cover the entire area, filling this place with dense spirit energy. He used this place to continue to absorb the spirit spring like crazy. He couldn't waste it. It was not easy to come in here for 5 days. How could he waste this time? This was a good opportunity to earn EXP. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would get another chance. This is a good place. I can't waste it. After I go out, I will ask how to come in here to absorb such a rich spirit spring. How could he miss such a huge amount of EXP? The effect of this spirit spring was relatively weak for core transformation stage cultivators, so it was suitable for spirit core stage cultivators to absorb. However, even if it was suitable for spirit core stage cultivators to absorb, they couldn't casually absorb it. If they absorbed it crazily, it would eventually dry up. Therefore, this place was strictly controlled by the Star Pavilion. Not everyone could come in. The number of days was also very strict. Under such circumstances, he kept a close eye on Renjiro's condition. Fortunately, Renjiro's condition was not as bad as before. She gradually stabilized and was not as painful as before. However, it was almost time. Almost 5 days had passed. When the time came, he would have to go out. He couldn't stay here forever, right? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for too long. Renjiro climbed up again and said, "Brother, I am much better. When are we going back?" "Miss Rin, I am really not your brother." Itianyan explained many times. She still thought of him as her brother. "Big brother, you're making fun of me again." Renjiro said, taking his words as a joke. "Well, I am your brother." Itianyan was almost driven crazy. He could only nod and accept his fate. "Do you know where you will live?" "I don't remember where I will live." "Brother, don't you remember?" Renjiro was puzzled. "I don't know." Itianyan cursed in his heart. How would he know? He immediately stood up and said, "How would I remember? Time is almost up. Let's leave this place first." Renjiro nodded. Her condition was much better now. She climbed out of the crystal coffin easily. Under Itianyan's lead, they walked to the outermost exit. Just as they were about to leave through the exit, Renjiro asked, "Brother, aren't we going to leave from here?" She pointed to the pool over there and looked at Itianyan in confusion. "We can leave from there." Itianyan thought for a moment. He listened to Renjiro and jumped into the pool. They swam along the passage and soon reached the outermost exit. When they came out, they found that it was connected to a small pond. This small pond did not have any spiritual energy. It was a very ordinary pond. It was no wonder that no one had discovered this secret passage. This was a relatively remote place. In this way, won't I be able to go back and absorb spiritual power whenever I want? Itianyan was delighted. If this was the case, he didn't need to ask how to enter. He could go around and enter through this passage. Chapter 195. After Itianyan learned about the other channel, he was happy and decided to come back next time to absorb this spiritual vein. If he continues to absorb like this, it won't be a problem for him to break through to the peak of spirit core stage. Then he can use the upgrade tool to easily break through to the core transformation stage. He still had an item that he hadn't used yet, and it was effective for cultivators within the spirit core stage. He definitely won't use it immediately. He will wait until he is at the peak of spirit core stage. When he reaches a higher level, he will need more EXP, so the upgrade tool will undoubtedly be the most effective. The reward for fighting above his level is not bad, but the price he has to pay is also relatively high. You stay here for a while. I will come back to find you later. Don't run around, understand? Itianyan said. And I know, brother. Renjiro nodded and didn't say that she would follow him. She chose a place to sit down and frowned as if she was thinking about something. She just woke up from a deep sleep and didn't know how long she slept, so it was normal for her to have some confusion in her memory. However, since the opponent can hurt a core transformation stage cultivator, she believes that the opponent is obviously more terrifying. After seeing that everything was fine, Itianyan jumped into the water and quickly swam back to the original place. Without hesitation, he rushed into the hole and was immediately sprayed out along with the spring water. In the blink of an eye, he was sprayed out of the water just like before. Because there was a lake outside, he didn't get sprayed out like before. Just as he came out, he heard someone calling him. "Young Master E, where are you? It's time. Hurry up and come out of the water." Elder Yin shouted for him from above, and soon he emerged from the water. "You finally came out. It's time. Hurry up and go out." Elder Yin saw Itianyan swim out of the water and was relieved. "Sorry, I was too engrossed in cultivation just now." Itianyan casually found an excuse. "Young Master E, you have actually absorbed a lot. If you continue to absorb like this, This place will be sucked dry by you." Elder Yun's helpless tone was mixed with a hint of surprise. Tianyin looked back and found that a lot of the spiritual power in this area had been sucked away. The whole lake had become thin, and it was almost like the water in a lake. If he continued to absorb it like this, he would definitely be sucked into an ordinary lake. I didn't absorb much of this either. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders. He felt that the amount here was not much. No wonder there was such a strict restriction. Moreover, this place had already been used up quite a bit in the past. Now that he had absorbed a bit of it, it was basically all gone. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover a little. The heaven's spiritual jade pool isn't like before. It'll be gone after a while. Even so, your speed is a bit too fast. It looks like it's about to become clear, Elder Yun said with a sigh. Under Elder Yun's lead, they left this place. Soon after, the door was closed once again. Elder Yun, what price do I have to pay to enter the heavens' spiritual jade pool? Tianyin asked. You still want to go in? Elder Yun smiled and said, but most cultivators like this kind of cultivation place, so the price is relatively high. Generally speaking, a mid-grade soul tool can be exchanged for 2 days, and a low-grade soul tool can only be exchanged for half a day. This price is still acceptable. Tianyin could not refine a mid-grade soul tool, but it was not a problem for him to refine a low-grade soul tool. He just needed to throw 10 of them over, and they would be able to enter the heavens' spiritual jade pool to absorb. The price is indeed not very expensive, but the spiritual power inside is limited. It can only last for 10 days at most. Elder Yin said helplessly, the recovery speed is much slower than before. If we want to restore the normal amount, it will take a few months. It seems that the situation in the heavens' spiritual jade pool is not good anymore. Tianyin shook his head. It seemed that even if he found another entrance, he would not be able to absorb it for too long. The only valuable thing was that secret chamber, which was built with spiritual jade stones. He believed that the experience points contained in it would not be too little. Yes, otherwise, the restrictions would not be so strict. Without special contributions, you really can't go in. Elder Yin smiled and said, therefore, young master, ye can stay in there for 5 days. This is already a very big reward. The others are very envious. Tianyin nodded his head. This reward for the first place was really good, much better than the other rewards. Oh, by the way, Pavilion Master Li told me to give this to you after you come out. Elder Yin took out a token and handed it over, saying, this is the guest token. He hopes that you can become the Star Pavilion's guest token. You don't need to do anything. Tianyin pondered for a moment and immediately accepted. Well, I will be the guest token. Although he did not have a good impression of the Zhu family, the situation of the general pavilion here was not bad. At least they treated him well. It was not a problem to make friends with them. After all, in the heavenly boundary continent, the Star Pavilion status was not low. Guest E, welcome to our Star Pavilion. Elder Yun congratulated. From now on, you are our Star Pavilion's youngest guest token. That is really my honor. Tianyin smiled. This was not unexpected. At his age, there were not many divine runes that could be compared to him. It was normal to become the youngest guest token. Pavilion Master Li also said that if you are willing to become a guest token, you can stay here to attend the VIP banquet. How about it? Elder Yin said with a smile. I am sorry, I still have things to do. Tianyin said apologetically. Well, in that case, I will not disturb you anymore. If it's possible, you can participate after a period of time, probably in the next month. Elder Yin smiled and said, this is a very grand VIP banquet. It is hosted by several third-grade forces. I heard that the Netherworld Empire will also come. This is a rare opportunity, so if Guest E has nothing to do, please try to attend. Netherworld Empire? Tianyin squinted his eyes. This is an extremely domineering empire, He even came to attend this VIP dinner. This is a bit interesting. Yes, the Netherworld Empire sent a minister. It seems that he has something important to announce. Elder Yin thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "So if guest E can come, it will be a pity if he can't." Chapter 196. After saying goodbye, Yi Tianyin quickly returned to the bamboo forest. When he saw Ranjiro still sitting there, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he looked up, he saw two strong men lying on the ground in the distance. It seemed that they were seriously injured. What the hell happened? Yi Tianyin asked. "Brother, those two people came and wanted to take me away. They said that I was lost and wanted to take me to his house." Ranjiro clenched her fists when she saw Yi Tianyin. "I said no, they wanted to take me away. So I fought back and they became like this." "Did I do something wrong?" She revealed a pitiful and delicate look. It was really pitiful. Who would have thought that under such a pitiful expression? She was actually at the 5th layer of core transformation stage. They met some hooligans. Yi Tianyin expressed his sympathy for the two men. Why did they come to Rinjiro? This place was indeed a bit remote. The two hooligans must have been attracted by her beauty and wanted to take her home by force. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a tragedy? Anyway, let's go back first. Yi Tianyin nodded at her and led her to the place where Yi Wei and Yi Tianyin were staying. He had told them in advance that he would come to the Star Pavilion to get the reward and cultivate in the celestial spiritual jade pool for 5 days. Now that they were going back, they were going to be accompanied by one more person. "Did you think of anything?" Yi Tianyin asked casually. "I don't think I can think of anything." Ranjiro tilted her head and frowned, but she still couldn't think of anything. "Don't worry, take your time." Yi Tianyin felt helpless and could only continue to lead Rinjiro away. When he returned to the place where they were staying, he found that something was wrong. He couldn't feel the breath of Yi Wei and Yi Yuxuan. His heart sank and he quickly ran to their place. As soon as he arrived, he saw that their place was in a mess. The door was smashed and there were obvious signs of a fight. His face immediately darkened and became quite unsightly. He glanced at the place. It was obvious that some martial artist had broken in and taken everyone away. He looked down and saw a line of words carved on the ground. "If you want to save someone, come to MT Falling Rain alone." There was no signature or too much information, but he had already thought of a few candidates in his mind. Currently, the ones who had some enmity with him were none other than Lin, Li, and Patriarch Wang. Patriarch Wang, Lin Li. Yi Tianyin's gaze was cold, and his tone was sinister. "If anything happens to them, I will bury your entire Wang clan with them." He was completely infuriated. The person who could capture Yi Wei and the rest by any means necessary was undoubtedly Lin Li. Besides him, no one else would be so resentful to actually choose to capture Yi Wei and the others to threaten him. Looking at the traces of fighting, it was clear that they hadn't left for too long, which meant that nothing would have happened. "Brother, what's wrong?" Ranjiro saw the cold look on Yi Tianyin's face. "I'm going to kill someone. Are you coming?" Yi Tianyin asked in a low voice. "Yes, brother, wherever you want to go, I will go." Ranjiro smiled. "All right, let's go now." After that, he equipped the phoenix wings and flew high into the air with Ranjiro in tow. He flew swiftly towards MT Falling Rain, and his speed instantly soared to the limit. In order to save Yi Wei and the others, he could not afford to waste any time. Moreover, there was no one around, and no one would notice what was happening here. Yi Tianyin flew to a remote corner of MT Falling Rain as fast as he could, then quickly landed and retracted the phoenix wings. After he came down, his powerful mind power immediately enveloped the entire mountain. In his fury, his mind power was completely unleashed and thoroughly explored every corner of the Falling Rain mountain. Soon, he easily found the captured Yi Wei and the others. They were all trapped in a cave, and there were 3 people guarding them. Naturally, Yi Tianyin knew one of them. It was Lin Li. Even if he turned into ashes, Yi Tianyin would still recognize Lin Li. After locking on to the area, he quickly rushed over. Just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he heard cries coming from inside. "Try moving again? So annoying. I really want to slap them to death." Wang Shui was quite dissatisfied. "Let's wait for that kid to come. After we finish him off, you can do whatever you want with these people." Lin Li's voice came from inside. "Young Master Lin, that kid's cultivation is so weak. You think too highly of him if you do it yourself. Don't you think you're overestimating him by asking us to help?" Wang Qing's tone was quite disdainful. He felt that one person was more than enough to deal with Yi Tianyin. "I suspect that the kid has helpers. I believe that a kid who can reach such a level must have guards with him." Lin Li was quite cautious, but he was also quite angry. "That kid has helpers? No matter what, we'll stay here and catch all his people. I don't believe that he won't come." Wang Shui snorted coldly. "What do you want to do to Elder Yi?" Yi Yue's cold voice came. "Hey, what do you think we're going to do to him? Oh, he's an elder. Such a young elder, but he's going to die in our hands soon." Wang Qing laughed sinisterly. "That kid is quite lucky with women. These two are the flowers of the Zhu family. We're not from the Zhu family for a long time. Our surname is Yi." Yi Yue and the others corrected them, and then said coldly, "Elder Yi won't come. So all of you should just give up on this idea. Kill or torture, do as you wish." Yi Yue's tone was firm. She would not choose to compromise. "If he doesn't come, then I'll enjoy the taste of the woman he likes." Lin Li's voice was cold. He had already reached the end of his patience with Yi Tianyin. Since he could not deal with him openly, he could only play dirty tricks. Yi Yue and the others' faces instantly turned pale. Thinking that they were going to be tainted, they might as well just die. "Is that so? I'd like to see if you have the life to enjoy it." Yi Tianyun's figure flashed in silently from outside. This gave them a shock. It was too sudden, and they did not sense it at all. "Elder Yi." When Yi Yue saw Yi Tianyin, she was surprised and worried at the same time. They could see that the three of them had strong cultivation. Yi Tianyin looked up and saw that Ming Yi Yue and the others were completely tied up except for some bruises on their arms. Other than that, they were all fine. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. However, the words of Lin Li and the others made him furious. They were indeed brothers. They were all the same, a bunch of scum. "You came so fast. Don't tell me you brought help this time. If you did, don't blame us for being rude." Wang Shui chuckled. He took out a dagger and waved it at Yi Yue and the others' faces. This meant that if Yi Tianyin moved, he would stab them. Chapter 197. "So what if we threaten you?" Wang Qing sneered. "Now both of them are in our hands. Obediently surrender or you will die." "Elder Yi!" "Don't listen to them. If you surrender, then everything will be over." Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yue shouted. "Really, if you don't surrender, then you will be finished." Wang Qing turned his head and looked at Yi Tianyin. "My elder Yi, why don't you surrender? To be able to become an elder, your cultivation should not be low, right? Core condensation? Reaching this level of cultivation at such a young age is not bad." Their cultivation is also in the core condensation level, and Wang Shui is in the spirit core level, so he said that Lin Li is too cautious. "I will surrender. Don't hurt the two of them." Yi Tianyin's voice is extremely cold. If anger can be spat out, this place would have already turned into hell. He looked at the three people in front of him. Lin Li's cultivation is still at the second level of core condensation. Wang Shui and Wang Qing are two brothers, deacon and elder of the Wang family. Their cultivation is more amazing. "Really, I don't believe this. I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise don't blame us for being merciless." Wang Shui still kept the dagger pointed at their necks, motioning Wang Qing to check. Lin Li waved his hand, motioning them not to move. He has already used his mental power to explore the situation outside, inside and outside, but did not find any signs of hiding. There is no one outside, but I don't know if there is anyone far away. Lin Li is very sure his mental power is not weak, unless the cultivation is very high, otherwise he can easily explore. He thinks that the biggest backer of Yi Tianyin is only the Zhu family, except for the Zhu family head. The rest of the elders' cultivation is the same as Wang Shui, so even if they fight, they can retreat. There is no need to worry. Yo, looks like you're quite daring. You really came alone. Wang Qing nodded and walked over. He looked at Yi Tianyin and sneered. I advise you not to escape. If you escape, we can't guarantee their survival. He walked over as he spoke, already prepared to erupt at any time. He didn't believe that Yi Tianyin could escape from his hands. I won't run. As long as you let them go, I'll let you do whatever you want of me. Yi Tianyin stared at Wang Qing and said, Elder Yi, don't believe them. They will kill you. Hurry up and run. Yi Yue shouted loudly, not caring about their own lives. Pa! She was slapped by Lin Li, but Yi Yuxuan had already blocked it. Lin Li's slap landed on her shoulder, but because it was too heavy, it still caused her to break out in cold sweat from the pain. Don't hit my sister. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were cold. Even at this moment, she could still protect her sister. What a good sisterly love, but isn't she still a bitch? I heard that she was abandoned before getting married. It seems like the Zhu family has no value in raising you. The other party doesn't like you at all. Lin Li sneered and looked at Yi Tianyin. He smiled and said, Run if you can. I can't guarantee what I will do. Don't make a move. I said I won't run. Yi Tianyin's voice was cold, and his heart was filled with killing intent. At this moment, Wang Qing rushed over and grabbed Yi Tianyin. He locked his hands so that he couldn't move. Young Master Lin, I've already caught him. He can't escape. Wang Qing laughed. It was quite easy, and there was no difficulty. Very well, bring him to me. Lin Li sneered, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Yi Tianyin was also brought over. There was no despair in his eyes, and they were still filled with killing intent. I've been caught. Let them go, Yi Tianyin said calmly. Lin Li and the others looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. Their laughter was so sarcastic, as if they were looking at a clown. It was so ignorant. Young Master Lin, this kid really believes it. Wang Shui laughed and let go of the dagger that was aimed at Yi Yue and the others. It was no longer necessary. At this moment, Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed with a bit of light. Brother, you can't say that to him. It proves that his heart is very pure, and he just doesn't understand the evil in this world. Wang Qing, who was holding Yi Tianyin, laughed along and almost cried. Those who say this kind of words are completely those who haven't seen the world, and now, in their eyes, Yi Tianyin is this kind of person. Lin Li sneered, looked at Yi Tianyin, and said, Playing tricks in front of me. So what if your talent in divine inscriptions is not bad? You are still in my hands, and I can do whatever I want with you. Immediately, he raised his palm and slapped Yi Tianyin's face. He was not in a hurry to kill Yi Tianyin, but to humiliate him first. Crazy mode, activate. Boom! 8 times the strength exploded in an instant, and in an instant his battle power exploded to more than 3 million. His body shook violently, and Wang Qing, who was holding him, was sent flying and hit the wall. Immediately after, he kicked Lin Li's body with lightning speed. Bang! He was kicked to the stone wall, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he slid down the stone wall and almost fainted. Yi Tianyin's kick is too fierce, but he still held back. Yi Tianyin naturally doesn't want to kick him to death. You little brat, go to hell. Wang Qing, who was freed, was shocked. He quickly took out a dagger and aimed at Yi Tianyin's back. Immediately after, a shadow descended, turned around, and kicked at Wang Qing. The shadow didn't even pause in its movements as it kicked at Wang Qing heavily. Wang Qing hurriedly reached out to block. But how could he resist the strength of a spirit core stage? Boom! Wang Qing was sent flying by a kick. However, this kick wasn't light at all. It directly broke his arm, and he let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. Then he quickly rushed to Wang Shui. Wang Shui reacted quickly and hurriedly turned to Yi Yuxuan and the others, wanting to use them as a shield. But a scorching flame had already been printed on his back. Not knowing when, Yi Tianyan had flashed behind him and slapped him hard. Apart from the power that had been pushed to the limit, the inextinguishable flame had also been poured into his body. The terrible flame quickly burned in his body, and accompanied by a scream, the flame quickly and crazily swallowed the meridians in his body. In the blink of an eye, a large area was burned, and even the flame came out of the surface of his body. You're flame! Wang Shui was shocked. He felt that the internal organs in his body were burning. He hurriedly used his power to suppress the flame, but it was meaningless. The terrible immortal fire quickly swallowed him. Get out of here! Yi Tianyan rushed up and kicked him. Boom! Wang Shui was kicked away and his chest was sunken. Originally, he was burned by the flame, and now he was kicked again. It was hard not to die. Ding! Successfully killed Wang Shui. Reward: 150,000 EXP, 2,400 crazy point. Obtained martial art, sky, flipping step. Obtained item, broken heaven sword. The system's voice came, proving that he was completely dead. Yi Tianyan quickly untied their rope. This is an upper-grade spirit tool. Ordinary rope cannot bind them. Elder Yi, it's all our fault for bringing trouble to you, Yi Yue said apologetically. Chapter 198. Yi Yuxuan and Yi Yuxuan looked at Renjiro, who was standing beside them. They were stunned by her beauty. She looked like a fairy, which made them feel inferior. This is the first time Yi Yue saw someone who is on the same level as Shishuyun, but now she is standing next to Yi Tianyan. This made her feel very shocked. It had only been a few days. How could there be such a celestial woman with Elder Yi? You, who are you? Li looked at Renjiro in shock. He didn't even see how this person came in. The most important thing is that she is so beautiful. It makes him mad with jealousy. This is none of your business. Yi Tianyan first turned around and walked in front of Wang Qing. He was kicked to the point that he can't move. It seems like he is dying. You want to threaten them, right? You want to kill them? I think you should die first. After saying that, he raised his hand and tossed out an inextinguishable flame. When it landed on Wang Qing's body, it ignited him. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously, but the heavily injured Wang Qing could no longer move. Ding successfully killed Wang Qing, gained 250,000 EXP, 3,400 crazy point. Obtained martial art cloud palm, heaven flipping step. Li's eyes are full of fear. Their life and death have nothing to do with him. He doesn't want to die. Now it's your turn. Yi Tianyan turned his head and looked at Li, who is lying on the ground. Li has quickly taken a recovery pill. In addition to resentment, there is more fear in his eyes. He didn't expect Yi Tianyan's strength to be so strong, and the helper he brought is even more terrifying. Yi Tianyan killed Wang Qing in one move, a spirit core expert. This means that such a young woman's cultivation is stronger than Wang Qing. He remembered that it is impossible for the Zhu family to have such a strong person, unless the patriarch comes in person. But how can the patriarch become Yi Tianyan's personal bodyguard? Let me go. I will not pursue this matter anymore. I am a member of Divine Rune Mansion. You know what kind of force you have to face. I'm a core disciple of the Divine Inscription Manor. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Divine Inscription Manor. Li looked at Renjiro and the others. He had no chance of escaping, so he could only beg for mercy. Divine Inscription Manor? Yi Tianyan coldly laughed. If I kill you here, Do you think the divine inscription manner will know? They will find out. As long as you let me go, I will definitely not pursue this matter. I will even recommend you to join the divine inscription manner and let you become a core disciple. Lin Li kept throwing out tempting conditions and even kept mentioning the divine inscription manner, which was one of the top forces in the heavenly boundary continent. Join the divine rune manor? But I'm not interested at all. And can your words be trusted? I'm sure I'll be dead the moment I enter the divine inscription manor. Yi Tianyin said indifferently, There's something I have to say to you. You have to pay for what you have done. Let me return these words to you. Yi Tianyin would never be lenient to his enemies. What about reforming? What about being merciful? What about biting the hand that fed him? He was not a saint. He had always been a person who would not offend others if they didn't offend him. Lin Li's expression was extremely ugly. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Tianyin to let him go. Yes, if you have the ability, wait for me to recover. Let's have a fair duel, regardless of life or death. At this time, Lin Li was still making a last-ditch struggle. Oh, you can even say such words? Those two helpers just now, what's up with them? Yi Tianyin's eyes were cold. Some people were especially despicable. Usually, they especially loved to find excuses, such as gang fights, or when they were not strong enough. They would say one-on-one. If they lost one-on-one, they would say that their condition was not good. What was the point of making a bunch of excuses? It would only show their cowardice. I'm asking you, do you dare to fight one-on-one with me? If you're a man, then fight one-on-one with me. Lin Li stood up. He had previously taken a recovery elixir and recovered a little. Provocation? Yi Tianyin said calmly, Don't worry, I accept your challenge. Then she can't do anything. This is a duel of life and death. Lin Li said coldly, Don't worry, I don't need her help to deal with trash like you. As long as you kill me, you can get out of here alive. Yi Tianyin's eyes were cold. When he thought of what Lin Li said just now, he wanted to kill Lin Li with his own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Li had already rushed forward. A long sword appeared in his hand. He aimed at Yi Tianyin and stabbed it fiercely. The silvery shadow was extremely dazzling in this pitch-black cave. The light from the sword shone directly into Yi Tianyin's eyes, forming a blinding effect. Sword of sharpness, go to hell. His eyes were cold, and his handsome face was distorted. He looked very ferocious. Lin Li attacked without hesitation. The sharp sword in his hand was aimed at Yi Tianyin's throat. He wanted to kill him in one hit. He would not hold back. Every move was a killing move, and every move was meant to kill. It was impossible to see that he was injured. The power that burst out was his peak power. This was related to the elixir that he had just consumed. It could quickly heal his injuries and stimulate his potential. Most importantly, Yi Tianyin had spared his life. Otherwise, no matter what elixir he had, it would be useless. Wang Qing and the rest were the best examples. They were crippled with just one kick. They did not even have the strength to take out elixirs. Facing Lin Li, who was rushing towards him, Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed. He did not care about the blinding light that blocked his vision. In the next moment, he suddenly moved. A terrifying aura burst out. His legs seemed to contain an endless amount of power. As he stomped on the ground, the explosive power caused his speed to increase dramatically. He quickly dodged to the side and easily dodged the sword. At the same time, he faced the violent fist. Go back to where you came from. Yi Tianyin aimed at Lin Li's stomach. Bang! Lin Li was sent flying. The long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Whether it was speed or strength, he was far behind Yi Tianyin. The gap between the two was too big. Yi Tianyin was at the 8th level of Spirit Core stage, while Lin Li was only at the Core Condensation stage. You only have this little strength? Yi Tianyin looked at Lin Li, who was lying on the ground. Bastard, go to hell! Lin Li roared. He jumped from the ground and punched towards Yi Tianyan. The violent fist wind rolled up a cyclone and attacked Yi Tianyan. But no matter how violent the wind was, it was not as strong as Yi Tianyan's wind. Go away! Yi Tianyan swung his fist and smashed it towards Lin Li. Bang! Lin Li was sent flying again, and with a crack sound, Lin Li's arm was completely destroyed. Oh! Lin Li screamed and grabbed his broken arm. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and he couldn't stop at all. Chapter 199. Yi Tianyan looked coldly at Lin Li, who was lying on the ground. Lin Li was in so much pain that he was drenched in cold sweat, and his face was twisted. But he did not have the slightest bit of pity, only anger. Today, if he had not returned faster, if he had not been stronger, Yue and the rest would have been in danger. Didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? Get up! Yi Tianyan shouted. The anger in his heart had not diminished at all. Lin Li was beaten half to death. How could he easily get up? His face was pale. His face was full of humiliation, but more than that, fear. He did not expect Yi Tianyan's strength to be so terrifying. If he knew, he would definitely not have fought with Yi Tianyan. Your strength, how can it be so strong? His throat was a little dry, and his voice became extremely unpleasant. Yi Tianyan did not answer him. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed Lin Li's other arm, saying coldly, "You wanted to use this arm to hit people just now. Then don't take it any more." Then he twisted it fiercely, and this arm was completely crippled. Lin Li screamed in pain. Another arm was crippled, and now he was no different from a cripple. Kill me. Divine inscription manner will make you regret it," Lin Li shouted. He knew that it was useless for him to beg for mercy. Yi Tianyan would definitely kill him. "Don't worry, if divine inscription manner provokes me, I will flatten them all the same," Yi Tianyan said coldly. "Flatten divine inscription manner, ha ha ha. With just you and that helper? Haha, you are too naive. Do you think our divine inscription manner only has this little ability?" Lin Li shouted, his tone full of mockery. "Whether I can or not, we will know after we try. Even if I can't flatten them for now, I have a lot of time." Yi Tianyan raised his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared from the side. It was the inextinguishable fire. The extreme flames appeared at the side, and the high temperature completely dispelled the cold air in the cave. "You!" Facing the fear of death, Lin Li's body trembled. "In the end, I'll let you die under these flames. If there's an afterlife, don't go against me. You'll die miserably." Yi Tianyan waved his hand and immediately released a terrifying, inextinguishable flame, which burned towards them. "Even if I turn into a ferocious ghost, I won't let you off." Lin Li roared. "Turn into a ferocious ghost? Do it if you can. I'm not afraid of ferocious ghosts." Yi Tianyan sneered. With a shriek, Lin Li was killed, but he did not turn into a so-called menacing ghost. Instead, he was completely destroyed. Ding! Successfully killed Lin Li. Reward 170. 000 EXP. 2,400 Crazy Point. 500 Divine Rune Mastery. Obtained Martial Art Sky, Cloud Palm. Earth level lower grade. Reward: Divine Rune Paper, high grade, 1 inner energy pill. Sure enough, killing those who could inscribe divine inscriptions would allow one to gain proficiency in these divine inscriptions. If he killed his way to the Divine Rune Mansion, it would be easy for him to earn proficiency in these divine inscriptions. Of course, he only hoped that the Divine Rune Mansion would not provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind washing the Divine Rune Mansion with blood. Immediately, Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold. He didn't even bother to look at the corpses. He turned around and walked outside. "Elder Yi, thank you for saving us this time." Yi Yuxuan and the others followed Yi Tianyan out. They were very grateful. "No, this time I dragged you down. I almost made an irreversible mistake." The anger in Yi Tianyan's heart still hasn't dissipated. He allowed the other party to attack him. But his friends, what does this mean? Encountering this kind of situation, his heart is extremely angry. His only bottom line was completely destroyed. Then the price that comes with it is not something that can be easily erased. It's okay as long as we're okay. They felt very relieved, but also very worried. Iyue knows that Tianyan is very strong, but she is still worried that he will be restrained, especially when he was being used as a hostage. If he obediently surrendered, only death awaited him. Of course I will come. This is my responsibility. I will definitely come, Tianyan said in a low voice. Then go back now. This time no one will cause trouble for you. I plan to go somewhere first. Iyue looked at his cold eyes. Her delicate body can't help but tremble, but she still nodded and said, Okay, then I will wait for your return at the inn. And Miss Rin, you go back with them. Wait for my news. Tianyan's eyes are cold. This time he will act alone. Got it, brother. Rin Jiro nodded, very obedient. Soon after, they quickly left. After they left, Tianyan summoned his pet black dragon and quickly flew towards the Wang family, his speed suddenly rising to the limit. He doesn't know where the Wang family is, but he roughly knows where it is. If he doesn't completely destroy the Wang family, he will not be able to calm the anger in his heart. At the same time, the situation in the Wang family also changed. What is the situation on Lin Li's side? Did he kill that kid? If he is left alive, it will be a big trouble in the future. Wang family head frowned. He hoped that Lin Li did not make any mistakes. This time we sent Elder Wang Qing. I don't believe that kid can escape from the palm of his hand. Elder Wang Xiaohua, who is next to him, sneered. Of course. Even Elder Wang Qing is sent. It is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Wang family head's eyes are cold, as long as there is in front of me. And as long as there is in front of me, I will eliminate them all, including the Zhu family. Just as they were thinking about this, a loud bang suddenly came from outside, followed by screams of pain. They hurriedly stood up and asked, What is going on outside? Let's go out and have a look. The Wang family head had a bad premonition and ran out with Elder Wang. When he brought them out of the room, he saw a sea of fire outside. The sky was filled with flames that covered a large area of the Feng family, and screams could be heard from all directions. Many disciples of the Feng family quickly ran outside, and when they came into contact with the fire, they were instantly burned to ashes, unable to resist the terrifying fire. What is going on? They all stared with their eyes wide open. How did the Wang family land in a sea of fire in the blink of an eye? They were all stunned by the scene. And the fire did not look like an ordinary fire at all, but an extremely terrifying and powerful fire. Then a guard rushed in from outside, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and reported, Family head, there's a person outside with a black dragon killing in. Chapter 200. The terrifying black dragon shocked them. Although the Wang family was restless, they would not provoke a powerful sect. After all, it was an act of seeking death. They would not do such a thing. Let's go and see what's going on. They hastily rushed out and discovered that one of the guards was sent flying by a kick. With a loud bang, the guard was stuck on the wall and vomited blood. Master of the Wang family, where do you want to go? At this time, a young man looked at them coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was like a god of death. There was a huge black dragon beside him, spewing fire in all directions. In the distance, there was a sea of fire. It seemed that more than half of the area had been destroyed. This was the Wang family's territory. It was not a branch of the Star Pavilion. They did not live in the Star Pavilion. They lived in a mansion outside. Therefore, there was no need to go to the Star Pavilion's branch to kill them. Without a doubt, the young man in front of them was Tianyan. He came with the black dragon without hesitation. He even changed his face. The black dragon did not have to worry about being recognized. It was fine as long as he was not recognized. He did not care whether the other party was from the Star Pavilion or not. Those who provoked him must die. He regarded himself as a potential threat. Then he would also treat his opponent as a potential threat. He would eliminate them completely. When the Wang family head saw them, his heart sank. He was panic-stricken. He did not know when he had provoked such a terrifying force. Moreover, he looked so young. It was beyond their expectations. The key was that they had never seen him before. I am the Wang family head. May I know how our Wang family has offended you, my friend? The Wang family head's face darkened. Even if he was a powerful force, he should not have attacked the Wang family without any explanation. I have offended too much. Yi Tianyan did not want to talk nonsense with him. He controlled the black dragon and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Wang family head. He waved his sharp claws and pounced on him. Yi Tianyan's immortal fire swept down and quickly locked on the Wang family head. I don't care which faction you're from. Since you're covering your face, don't blame us for being rude. The Wang family's master shouted, and his spirit core stage, 6th layer spirit core stage, cultivation burst out. He took out a soul spear and stabbed it at the black dragon. The black dragon didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he continued to pounce forward. Clang! The sharp spear did not manage to pierce through the black dragon. Instead, it sent the Wang family head flying. However, at the same time that he was sent flying, the sharp claws of the black dragon had already slashed down viciously. The terrifying might of a divine beast was unleashed at this moment. Boom! By the time the Wang family head came back to his senses and tried to defend himself, it was already too late. He didn't have any weapons to defend himself, so he could only raise his arms to block the sharp claws. At the same time he retreated. Swoosh! A large piece of flesh on his arm was torn off. The Wang family head screamed in pain and quickly retreated. His whole arm was almost torn off. Blood continued to drip from the wound and fell all over the ground. Wang Xiaohua, who was next to the Wang family head, exclaimed. He also didn't stay idle. He quickly burst out his strongest strength, reaching the level of 3rd level spirit core stage, and quickly helped to resist the black dragon. But a figure had already rushed over and hit this side heavily. With a bang, Wang Xiaohua was knocked out. His arms were numb, and he almost couldn't resist it. What a strong physique! Just pure strength alone is already so strong. Wang Xiaohua was deeply shocked by this strength. The other party's physique was too strong. It was just the beginning, but the two of them were completely forced to retreat. The Wang family had almost lost one of his arms. However, even if he wasn't injured, he would still be abused. Quick! Call for backup! Patriarch Wang quickly took out a jade pendant. Just as he was about to crush it, the black dragon let out a furious roar and pounced forward. It streaked through the air at an astonishing speed, leaving a black streak of light in its wake. Bang! The black dragon hit the Wang family head heavily. It was such a simple and violent move, but the Wang family head couldn't resist it. After being hit, the black dragon opened its mouth and spat out flames, which quickly covered the Wang family head's body. In the blink of an eye, the Wang family head was covered by the flames. The severe pain made him scream. He kept rolling on the floor, trying to extinguish the flames, but it was useless. This was the flame of a 5th level spirit core stage black dragon. How could it be so easy to extinguish it? At least he would be burned for a while. Wang Xiaohua was also not much better. He was crazily attacked by Yi Tianyan. He was not afraid of any attack at all. His body was like a shield. No matter how many attacks were launched, it would have no effect. Bang, bang, bang! The moment Wang Xiaohua couldn't resist, he was hit by several punches in a row. Then Wang Xiaohua was hit and flew out. A large part of his body was dented. He was seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, both of them were seriously injured. Wang family head. At that moment, a few of the elders rushed back. Before the Wang family head was sent flying, he had crushed the jade pendant to summon the elders who were in secluded meditation. When they saw what was happening, they were all shocked. Kill them! The Wang family head had recovered from the flames, but his body was already burnt black. He was seriously injured and couldn't move. The cultivation of these elders was not high. They were only at the first or second level of spirit core stage. It was really not enough to deal with them. Kill me. Let's see if you are qualified to do so. Yi Tianyin controlled the black dragon and rushed forward. This time, he didn't hold back and punched the elders. With a bang, an elder was directly blasted flying, smashing into a distant house, and then there was not the slightest movement from him. Then he punched out again, and the elder on the other side was sent flying again. His body exploded, and he was instantly killed. In just a few punches, they were easily killed. Ding! Successfully killed Wang family elder. Reward 140. 000 EXP. 3100 crazy point. 30 SPs. 500 divine rune mastery. Obtained martial art yellow heaven palm. Obtained item divine rune paper. High grade. Ding! Successfully killed Wang family elder. Reward 1500. 000 EXP. 3200 crazy point. 35 SPs. 500 divine rune mastery. Messages popped up one after another, proving that he had killed all these elders. He was ruthless and didn't hold back. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to the Wang family. After all, in the divine rune competition, he didn't use any ruthless moves, so he didn't have a good impression of the Wang family. Chapter 201. After killing those elders, Yi Tianyin walked towards Wang family head step by step. His eyes were cold and emotionless. You, who exactly are you? When did our Wang clan offend you? The Wang clan leader climbed up, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The Wang clan that he had built up with his own hands was gone just like that. How could he be willing to accept this? Although it was a part of the Star Pavilion, it was only a part of it. If it was destroyed, it would be completely over. They would be kicked out of the Star Pavilion. The surrounding was already a sea of fire. No matter how many people came, they would die. He was just a butcher. The Wang family was completely finished. They were destroyed by this man and divine beast. It was so easy and effortless, especially the flame of the black dragon. It was enough to suppress everything here. Yi Tianyin walked towards them step by step. He squinted at him and said, "When did you offend me?" Just 2 words, Linli. Do you understand? Linli offended you. Wang family head was startled. He immediately cursed. This Linli is not a member of our Wang family. Did you kill the wrong person? He is from the divine rune manor. He has nothing to do with us. This is the Star Pavilion. Do you know about the Star Pavilion? He cursed. If it was really Linli who provoked them, then he would hate Linli to death. He made such an enemy for himself and caused the Wang family to be destroyed. No, Linli is just one of them. There is another pair of brothers. One is Wang Qing and the other is Wang Shui. Do you understand? Yi Tianyin said coldly, "Elder Wang Qing." Wang family head's pupils shrank. He said with a trembling voice, You are that guy's protector?" "No, it's me." Yi Tianyin took off the 100 transformation mask and revealed his young face. "It's you." Wang family head's eyes widened. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was completely shocked by this information. No matter how he thought, he would never think that it would be Yi Tianyin who came to kill him. Not only was his talent in divine runes amazing, but he also had such terrifying power. "That's right, it's me. You didn't expect this, right?" Yi Tianyin sneered as he walked over. "Sending people to arrest me, and even kidnapping my people to threaten me. How dare you? Right now, I'll slaughter your entire Wang family and let you know who you shouldn't provoke. Don't act recklessly. I am the head of the Star Pavilion. If you kill me, the Star Pavilion will not let you off." The Star Pavilion was his last straw, and he hoped that it could scare the other party away. Little did they know that the more they did this, the angrier Yi Tianyin became. No matter what kind of background they had, it was meaningless to him. No matter what kind of power it was, as long as they provoked him, he would kill them all. Who do you think will recognize me like this? Tianyin put back on the 100 transformation mask and immediately turned into a different person. You. When the Wang family head saw this, he was a little speechless. He really couldn't tell it all. It looked way too real. After his heart was filled with rage, he vomited blood and fainted, completely losing consciousness. He was already seriously injured, and after being stimulated by the information, he fainted. Xiong! Tianyin threw out the immortal fire, which enveloped the Wang family head and quickly burned him. Then he died. He couldn't be any more dead. There wasn't even the slightest bit of breath left. Elder Wang Xiaohua on the side was also killed by Tianyin. Ding successfully killed Wang family head. Gained 270. 000 EXP. 3600 crazy point. 1000 divine rune mastery. 100 SBS. Obtained cloud wave palm. Heavenly wind fist. Obtained divine rune paper. High grade. 100k. EXP pill. Ding successfully killed Wang family elder. Gained. Tianyin easily killed them and gained a lot of EXP, which was all in crazy mode. He can't miss this opportunity. As long as he can get EXP, he will not be stingy with crazy mode. It seems that I have to hurry, or else the support will come. It will be troublesome. Tianyin is not afraid of those who come to support, but he is too lazy to care about those who have no grievances with him. Immediately after, he began to plunder their storage rings, as well as the treasures in front of them. He took them all. He is too short of resources now. He needs to find a lot of resources. In this way, he can make the sect stronger. Otherwise, the third-grade sect is still far away. This main quest is not easy. Very quickly, he finished his search. When he came out, he turned around and used the phoenix wings. He didn't need the black dragon to fly on his own. Very quickly, he disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a sea of flames in the Wang clan. From now on, the Wang family was completely destroyed. Although it can still be rebuilt, it will be impossible to restore to the original level without decades or hundreds of years. Not long after he left, the support immediately arrived. A lot of Spirit Core experts quickly rushed over. But when they saw the sea of fire, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? How long has it been? Even the Wang family head can't resist it? All of the elders rushed over. And when they saw that the Wang family head and the others had been burnt to a crisp, they were all shocked. This fire is so strong. It seems that it is not an ordinary fire. Could it be that the person who killed the Wang family head is an alchemist or blacksmith? They all frowned, thinking that this matter is not simple, but they don't know what kind of force the Wang family had provoked. This is not clear. We can only report it truthfully. It seems that the Wang family is finished. I don't know what kind of force he provoked, knowing that we are the Star Pavilion, but still dared to do this. It seems that the other party should not be simple. Is it the Imperial force? The Imperial force? This is possible. But why did the Wang family head provoke the Imperial force? Isn't he seeking his own death? They all shook their heads, not knowing the situation. They can only choose to go back for the time being. The Wang family head has been completely obliterated. They can only go back to report. Soon, the news that the Wang family head was destroyed spread quickly, shocking many forces. This is equivalent to directly slapping the face of the Star Pavilion. How can they not be angry? For this reason, the Star Pavilion quickly issued a wanted order, according to the information from all sides, immediately locked on to the criminal. Wanted order. The criminal is about 26 years old, cultivation is unknown, has the black dragon divine beast. Anyone who can provide information will get a third-grade medicinal pill. Anyone who personally captures the criminal will get a high-grade soul tool, a fifth-grade medicinal pill, and 1,000,000 gold. Be sure to capture the criminal alive. Do not kill him. Chapter 202. After Tianyin destroyed the Wang family, he quickly returned to the inn. This time he did not get kidnapped again. The Wang family was the only one that Yi Tianyan had a grudge against. So, after the Wang family was eradicated, no one would cause trouble for them. Elder Yi, are you all right? They looked at Yi Tianyan from head to toe, their eyes full of worry. Although Yi Tianyan did not say where he was going, they could imagine what Yi Tianyan was going to do. What could happen to me? Yi Tianyan smiled and looked around, but Ren Jiro wasn't in the room. Where is Miss Rin? Yi Tianyan asked in surprise. Miss Rin is standing outside. I don't know what she is thinking about. She keeps mumbling something. Yi Yue said, pointing in the direction of the balcony. Yi Tianyan nodded and walked to the balcony. Ren Jiro looked into the distance, but Yi Tianyan didn't know what she was looking for. Miss Rin, what are you thinking about? Yi Tianyan asked with a smile. I remembered something. When I was fighting just now, I remembered something. I remembered where my home is. Ren Jiro did not turn her head to look at him. She just looked into the distance. You remember? Yi Tianyan smiled. Then you finally know that I am not your brother, right? Well, I remember something. You are not my brother. Ren Jiro smiled brightly. She turned to look at him and said, But I still feel that you are very close. You are like my brother. This time, my brother did not wait for me to wake up. I don't know what happened. Yi Tianyan nodded and guessed. It is very likely that something happened. The secret room has not been cleaned for a long time. Obviously, no one has been here for a long time. Well, then I should go back. I vaguely remember something and know what I should do. Ranjiro turned her head and looked into the distance. It's getting late. I should leave. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Are you leaving just like that? Yi Tianyan paused for a moment before he asked, Do you need my help? There's no need. Some things are better dealt with by myself. Ren Jiro smiled brightly and said, Brother, I'll be going now. If fate wills it, we will meet again. After saying that, she leaped up and an invisible pair of wings unfurled from her back, bringing her up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the horizon. This was the power of a core transformation stage cultivator. They could condense their own energy into a pair of spiritual wings, which allowed them to fly. She was at the 5th level of the core transformation stage. She was even stronger than the old ancestor of the Qingxian mansion. One could imagine what kind of power she belonged to. Ding! Successfully activated Hidden Chain Quest. Help the Empire's Goddess reward. 50 million EXP, 1 million Crazy Point, 200 Renjiro's Favorability, Imperial Guardian Goddess title. Note, you can choose the quest to help the Empire's Goddess. Yi Tianyan was startled by the quest that popped up. Renjiro is the Empire's Goddess? But thinking about it carefully, it's not surprising that she's the Empire's Goddess. The reward is also very generous. This is the second time he encountered a quest that could change the world. Obviously, the level of the Empire's quest is even more amazing. He doesn't know if he can participate in it or not. That's why it's specially marked, saying that he can choose whether to help or not. If he participates, it will not only affect the world, but also affect his own situation. It was like helping Yi Qingxian meant that he would have to contend with the Netherworld Empire. Obviously, this would affect his own strength. If he just saves her, it may change the world. As long as he doesn't participate, he won't be in danger. The Empire's Goddess. No wonder she rejected me. She probably thinks that I can't help her at all. Yi Tianyan shook his head and returned to his room. Yi Wei and the others looked at Yi Tianyan and asked, What happened to Renjiro? She already went back. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, It's time for us to go back to Heavenly Jade Sect. Let's send you two back first. They all nodded. They knew that Yi Tianyan had a lot of things to do. If they followed him, they would be a burden. It would be best for them to go back to Heavenly Jade Sect. Immediately, Yi Tianyan walked out with them. Along the way, there was a lot of noise from the people around them. Then they saw that there was a gold wanted poster on the side. It meant that the reward was very high. This Wang family is gone. Although they were prepared for this, they were still shocked, especially when they saw the word Black Dragon. Their hearts skipped a beat. They knew that their elder had gone to destroy the Wang family. In order to avenge them, the entire Wang family was wiped out. They were so touched that they didn't know what to say. Yi Yuxuan finally saw how powerful Yi Tianyan was. It didn't take him long to destroy the Wang family. "Let's go, there's nothing to see." Yi Tianyan smiled, as if it had nothing to do with him. He led them out of Heavenly New City. When they came to the suburbs, Yi Tianyan hugged them. This action scared them. "Elder Yi is taking advantage of us?" Their faces were red, but they didn't struggle. After all, Yi Tianyan saved them and gave them freedom. So what if he took advantage of them? But they misunderstood. Yi Tianyan didn't think much of it. He said, "Hold on tight, we're going to fly back." What? Suddenly, Yi Tianyan stepped on the ground, and the phoenix wings behind him trembled, and in the blink of an eye he disappeared into the sky. He didn't ride the Black Dragon. Instead, he used the phoenix wings and quickly flew back to Heavenly Jade Sect. The Black Dragon was now on the wanted list, so to be on the safe side, he used the phoenix wings to fly. "Elder EU, you can fly. Have you broken through to the core transformation stage?" They are deeply shocked. Only those who can fly are able to break through to core transformation stage. This means that Yi Tianyan reached core transformation stage at such a young age. It is incredible. Not at the moment. Yi Tianyan said with a smile, "Hold on tight. We will soon return to Heavenly Jade Sect. Just be patient." The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, they thought that Yi Tianyan was flirting with them, but now it seems that it wasn't the case at all. Yi Tianyan flew them back with him. Chapter 203. Under the lead of Yi Tianyan, they quickly returned to Heavenly Jade Sect. The speed of the phoenix wings is not much slower than the speed of the Black Dragon. However, to be able to unleash the true power of the phoenix wings, one must be at least at the core transformation stage. Now it can only fly, but it doesn't increase the speed. But if it is used on a core transformation stage cultivator, it will be 3 times faster. Their flying speed will be amazing. Here we are. Yi Tianyan put them down and walked into Heavenly Jade Sect. Heavenly Jade Sect looks the same as before. On the contrary, there are more disciples than before. "Elder Yi, Elder Zhu." When they saw Yi Tianyan and Yi Wei, they all called out to them. "From now on, you can just call me Elder Yu. If you all call me Elder Yi, it will be confusing." Yi Yue chuckled. She already used Yi Tianyan's surname. If they call each other like before, it will be easy to confuse them. "Okay, Elder Yu." They didn't think too much about it and changed the way they address each other. Yi Tianyan shook his head. It's up to them, but since the Zhu family chose to abandon them, then they don't need to use the surname Zhu anymore. It's just that it's a bit embarrassing to use his surname. Z is also good. Of course, it's up to them. Yi Tianyan doesn't want to interfere too much. When they went in, Shushuyan came out and smiled when she saw Yi Tianyan. "You're back!" "I'm back." Yi Tianyan smiled and introduced, "This is Elder Zhu?" "No. She already used my surname. Anyway, this is her sister, Yi Yuxuan." "Greetings, Palace Master." Yi Yuxuan bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Don't be too restrained. Just be casual here." Shushuyan smiled at Yi Yuxuan, then turned to Yi Tianyan and said, "Aren't you going to tell me about the situation?" Shortly after, Yi Tianyan explained to Shushuyan. Yi Wei and the others also explained to him, and only then did Shushuyan understand the process. It was a little messy to have the names change back and forth, but when he thought about the reason, it was understandable. That's about it, and I plan to let her become an elder of Jade Sect. But I'm afraid there will be some objections, so she should start as a deacon first, and when she has established her prestige, she will become an elder. Yi Tianyan, of course, didn't get this treatment just because she is Yue's sister. He knew that Yi Yuxuan wasn't weak. If she didn't have any power, she wouldn't be able to help. Elder Yi, there is no need for that. I just want to help my sister. I don't want to have any status here. I am already very happy that Heavenly Jade Sect is willing to take me in. Yi Yuxuan said this from the bottom of her heart. She doesn't want to have any status here. She is very touched that Heavenly Jade Sect is willing to take her in. Don't talk nonsense. As long as you have the ability, I will give you what you deserve. Shi Shuiyun smiled and said, Then it's decided. Let's start with the deacon position. Thank you, Palace Lord. Yi Yuxuan's beautiful eyes twinkled. She naturally doesn't mind becoming a deacon. She will definitely do her best. After the arrangement, Shi Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and snorted. You are quite capable. Every time you come back, you always bring back a woman, and they are all very talented. It seems that you are quite good at abducting people. Why didn't I see it before? And don't make it sound so bad. How did I abduct them? Yi Tianyan said helplessly. Humph. Shi Shuiyun reached out and knocked his head, smiled and said, But it's good that you can come back. Don't ask for anything. It's enough that you can come back safely. Yi Tianyan nodded and immediately said in surprise, And you broke through? In a blink of an eye, Shi Shuiyun actually broke through to Spirit Core stage. This speed is really monstrous. Isn't that for sure? If I don't break through quickly, wouldn't I be letting down the title of Palace Lord? Shi Shuiyun smiled. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I am here. Yi Tianyan said worriedly. Even if I have you, I still have to become stronger. Otherwise, how can I support the whole Heavenly Jade Sect? Shi Shuiyun smiled. You can't just rely on yourself. How can the whole Heavenly Jade Sect be strong? During this period of time, the situation has improved a lot. Many disciples have broken through. It seems that it won't take too long to reach the top level of second-grade faction. Yi Tianyan nodded and immediately remembered something. He took out a few storage rings and said, These are the spoils of war I got from outside. And take them and distribute them as you see fit. I don't know much about these things. He took out the storage ring and the treasures he looted from the Wang family and gave them to Shi Shuiyun. Although some of these things can be sold for a good amount of crazy points, he still chose to hand them over. The most important thing now is to make the whole Heavenly Jade Sect stronger. After Shi Shuiyun took the storage ring, she didn't look at what is inside. Instead, she stared at him. What's wrong? Don't you want to see what is inside? Yi Tianyan motioned her to take a look. There are a lot of good things inside. Silly. Shi Shuiyun gently hugged him as if she was hugging a child. But in fact, Yi Tianyan's body is bigger than her. You are too hard-working. It's nothing as long as it's for Heavenly Jade Sect. For Aunt, everything is worth it. Yi Tianyan reached out and gently hugged Shi Shuiyun. His eyes flashed. Even if there are a lot of women around him, for him, Shi Shuiyun is worth it. It seems that you have completely grown up. You are no longer the Tianyan who needs my protection. Shi Shuiyun came out of his arms and smiled. Isn't that natural? I will definitely grow up in the future. I will be the one to protect you. Yi Tianyan smiled. After a simple exchange, the two immediately went to do their own things. There are a lot of things that need to be done, so the time to communicate is still relatively limited. Yi Tianyan came to the gate, ready to start repairing the 5th-level defensive array. Master, are you going to repair this 5th-level defensive array? Old Xian suddenly appeared at this time. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyan smiled. If the repair fails, it is easy to cause problems, so when Old Xian spoke, Yi Tianyan has almost repaired the array. After completely repaired, he looked up and said, If the repair fails, it is easy to cause problems. What kind of problems? Chapter 204. After Yi Tianyan repaired the 5th-grade great array, the situation of the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins has been greatly improved. Especially the defensive array of the gate. It has been completely strengthened. Very good. I didn't expect that after the repair unless a core transformation stage cultivator came. Otherwise, no one can break it. Yi Tianyin was shocked by this effect. Core transformation stage cultivators can't break it. But it's not impossible. It would take at least a few years to break it. If you want to break this defense, you need to be at least a core transformation stage cultivator to break it. And it will take a long time to break it. It's worthy of being the great array that Spirit King Xian Tian invited. If it was restored to its original state, ordinary core transformation stage cultivators wouldn't be able to break it. Finally, this defensive array is repaired, even if I am not here for a long time. This place will be safe. Yi Tianyin nodded. He felt a lot more at ease. Old Xian, who was next to him, was stunned. The entire defensive array of the heavens immersing ancient ruins has been repaired. The only thing left is the flying array. If a divine rune master were to repair it, then the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins would no longer be an ancient ruins, but a heavens immersing shrine. Master, you really can repair this array. I couldn't repair it before. Although old Xian created it, he still has a little bit of knowledge. According to the knowledge he has, it is absolutely incredible that Yi Tianyin can repair this defensive array at such a young age. Even the previous master did not have this kind of ability. He didn't have much talent in divine rune engraving. He had to ask someone to help him. I can do it with a little practice. Yi Tianyin smiled. Okay. Old Xian was immediately speechless. He felt that this is really incredible. After the repair, Yi Tianyin stayed in Heavenly Jade sect for a few days. He found that the sect was well managed. The disciples were quickly trained. The number of spirit refinement stage disciples suddenly increased a lot. Even the number of core condensation stage disciples increased a lot. Everything was developing in a positive direction. If this continued, a large rank 2 faction would develop, just like that. However, it was still too far away from a 3rd grade force. It needed a lot of spirit core cultivators. Currently, there were only 2 of them. One was Yi Tianyin, and the other was Shishuyun. It seems like there are no problems here. Under their management, there won't be any problems. Yi Tianyin wasn't an expert in this aspect, so he could only watch from the side. While he was walking around the Jade sect, he suddenly saw Zhu Lingyun sitting in a cultivation room with a divine rune brush in her hand. Inscribing divine runes requires patience and concentration. Zhu Lingyun was teaching everyone in front of her. She taught the newbies every stroke, teaching them how to get started. Currently, Zhu Lingyun was already capable of handling matters independently. Her attainments in the Tao of Divine Inscriptions had already reached the level of a 2nd grade Divine Inscriptionist. This was all thanks to Yue. She had specially strengthened each disciple's situation and tailored their specialties according to their situation. Those who were good at inscribing divine runes were arranged to come here. Yi Tianyin nodded and didn't disturb them. It was the same for the other cultivation rooms. They were all used to nurture other disciples, developing them in an all-round manner. It's time to leave. He was going to Heaven's Top Mansion alone. He had planned to go to Heaven's Top Mansion before, but he had delayed it long enough, especially since the General Pavilion had invited him to attend the VIP banquet. He was in a rush. After saying goodbye to Shishuyun, Yi Tianyin equipped the phoenix wings and quickly left for the direction of Heaven's Top Mansion. The area where Heaven's Top Mansion was located was not far. After asking for directions, he quickly went there. After almost 2 days of rushing, he finally arrived at the main hall of Heaven's Top Mansion. Finally arrived at Heaven's Top Mansion, Yi Tianyin looked at the magnificent building in front of him and couldn't help but nod. The foundation of Heaven's Top Mansion was very good. Just the gate alone looked very imposing. After all, it was a 3rd grade force. As for why it declined, it was said that the internal resources were empty and the disciples didn't have many breakthroughs, which led to a sharp decline in popularity. From the looks of it, it might be a golden jade on the outside, but the inside would probably be more ordinary. Who are you? When he was about to go in, the disciple outside immediately stopped him. I'm looking for Miss He Qianhan. Yi Tianyan said, Do you have a recommendation token? The disciple asked. Yes. Yi Tianyan took out the token, and after the disciple saw it, he nodded. Well, you can go directly to the Heavenly Rune Palace to register. After walking for a while, turn left and you will see it. The disciple immediately let Yi Tianyan in. When he walked in, the disciple outside shook his head again. Deacon, he went to recommend another disciple. I don't know what kind of trash it is this time. If it's like the previous one, then it's really unfortunate. Forget it, Deacon. He is also doing this for the good of Heaven's top mansion. I'm afraid that she will recommend some garbage. Yi Tianyun's ears moved. Does He Qianhan often recommend disciples? After walking through a long corridor, he officially entered the inner hall. When he just arrived, there were many disciples coming and going. A few of them are at least 5th-level spirit refinement realm. Those with a higher cultivation base were generally not bad. When these disciples saw Yi Tianyan, they just glanced at him and ignored him. Yi Tianyan didn't bother to pay attention to them. After walking for a while, he saw the Heavenly Rune Palace. There are many disciples coming and going. After entering, there are many disciples in the Heavenly Rune Palace. All of them are accepting tasks. In fact, this is the task hall, an area for accepting tasks. There is a task point for accepting tasks, and the level of the task will naturally be higher, and the reward will naturally be higher. Heaven's top mansion will not raise a group of lazy disciples. Every month they have to do some tasks. If they don't meet the requirements, they will be punished. In this case, it is a sustainable development path for the sect. But he didn't come here to choose a task, but to look for someone. He glanced in front of him and saw the person reporting to him. Then he took the token and walked over. But when he just walked over there, he suddenly froze, because the person who handed over the token is none other than the woman he saved before, Yang Shishue. However, he quickly made up his mind and gave the token to Yang Shishue. This is the token that Deacon he gave me. She told me to look for her. Yi Tianyan said as he handed the token to Deacon he. Deacon, he recommended you. Yang Shishue glanced at it casually. She didn't look at it carefully, but looked up at him for a while and said in amazement, So young! What's the problem? Yi Tianyan asked. There is no problem. I just think that you are too young. Why would Deacon he recommend a young man? She stood up and said, her voice was almost pitiful, but he still heard it. Let's go. I will take you to the assessment. What assessment? Yi Tianyan was stunned. He came here to look for someone, not an assessment. Chapter 205. You don't even know about the assessment? Didn't Deacon he tell you that she recommended you to take the assessment? Then you can join Heavenly Rune Pavilion, a place dedicated to practicing divine runes. Yang Shishue looked at him in confusion. Of course, he knew about this. The problem was that he didn't come to take the assessment, but to see He Qianhan. Is Deacon he here? Yi Tianyan asked. Deacon, he hasn't come back yet. If you want to find her, you will have to wait for a while. But it's useless to find her. If you can't pass the assessment, you can't join Heavenly Rune Pavilion. Yang Shishue frowned and said, I'm going back to Heavenly Rune Pavilion, so I can take you to the assessment. If you pass the assessment, you have to call me senior sister. Yang Shishue's beautiful lips curved into a smile, and the serious feeling suddenly disappeared. Senior sister? Yi Tianyan looked at Yang Shishue from head to toe. It's a bit funny that she became his senior sister. I'll go with senior sister. Yi Tianyan thought for a moment and immediately changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to report his identity, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. It's better to go with her to see the situation here. He wanted to see the internal situation of Heaven's top mansion. After you pass the assessment, you can call me that. Yang Shishue's face became serious again. Thinking that the boy in front of her hasn't passed the assessment yet, it's better to maintain a serious expression. Yi Tianyan shrugged helplessly and let Yang Shishue do as she pleases. Anyway, it's just a greeting. Immediately, Yang Shishue took him to Heavenly Rune Pavilion. After a circle, they walked to the back of the mountain. In front of them, there was a dense forest. It looked very ordinary. Shishue, what are you doing? At this time, two young men appeared from behind and stared at Yi Tianyin beside Yang Shishue, as if they were looking at a rival in love. This name alone made Yi Tianyin feel a bit strange. Yang Shishue frowned and corrected them. Please don't call me that intimately, so as not to cause a misunderstanding. You are my fiancé. Why can't I call you that? Feng Yulong squinted his eyes and smiled, but when he looked at Yi Tianyin, who was standing beside Yang Shishue, he showed a disgusted expression, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Feng Yulong, let me warn you, this was decided by Father and the others. It has nothing to do with me, unless you surpass me in terms of inscribing divine runes. For me, I will only marry a man who is stronger than me, and not a man who is weaker than me. Yang Shishue's eyes were ice cold. She was very unhappy with Feng Yulong. At the side, Yi Tianyin's eyes lit up. This woman really had a goal, but what she said was pretty good. If the man was weaker than her, what right did he have to marry her? This made him understand Yang Shishue's temperament. A cold glint flashed past Feng Yulong's eyes, but he had to admit that he was weaker than Yang Shishue in all aspects. This is the decision of the two families. Do you think it is the right decision to tear apart the relationship between the two families? Feng Yulong sneered. I advise you to think about this carefully. Speaking of which, what's up with this brat? Why are you together with him? Men couldn't conquer women. When he saw the woman standing together with another man, the flames of jealousy in his heart rose higher and higher. I, Yang Shishue, mean what I say. We will talk about it when you are stronger than me. Yang Shishue indifferently said, he is a new junior brother recommended by Deacon He. He is preparing to undergo the test. If there are no problems, you guys can leave. Someone recommended by Deacon He? Feng Yulong and the others looked at Yi Tianyin, sizing him up. They were somewhat doubtful. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Feng Yulong sneered. He is too young. His level is definitely not that great. It would be strange if he could pass through the maze. I suspect that he is a fake. I don't know where he found the token. Let's seize the opportunity and bring him to the law enforcement hall. That's right. Since when did the Heavenly Rune Pavilion have such a young disciple? I also suspect that he is a fake. He is dressed so shabbily, I suspect that he is here to steal. Feng Yulong's companion, Liao Wen, agreed with Feng Yulong's words. One had to admit that Yi Tianyin's clothes were indeed shabbily dressed. Compared to the luxurious clothes they were wearing, it was tens of thousands of miles apart. I don't want to get involved in your matters. I just want to hurry up with the test. At your age, you might not be able to do it, but that doesn't mean others can't. There is always someone better than you. Yi Tianyin was innocently implicated. What did this have to do with him? Even he, who was standing at the side, was dragged into this mess. He was truly speechless. Your tone is quite arrogant. Does that mean you can definitely pass through the maze? Feng Yulong's gaze turned cold as he sneered. Judging from your level, you will definitely be trapped in there for the rest of your life, right? If you can get out within an hour, I will walk upside down in the future. Big Brother Feng is right. If he can get out, I will use my head to walk for the rest of my life. Liao Wen added. Their words weren't without reason. Those who could cultivate divine runes were all disciples of large clans. Yi Tianyin didn't have the demeanor of a young master from a large clan. It was more likely that he was a refugee from a village. Very good. From now on, I will see you walking upside down when I go out, and he will use his head to walk. Yi Tianyin turned to Yang Shishue and said indifferently, The test you are talking about is to pass through this maze. That's right. As long as you pass through it, it doesn't matter how long it takes. But the longer it takes, the lower the score. Yang Shishue didn't finish her explanation. Yi Tianyin turned around and walked into the forest, quickly disappearing into it. Big Brother Feng, this kid is too arrogant. He speaks as if he can pass through it easily. Liao Wen said angrily, "Let's go and see when he can get out of the maze." After saying that, the two of them walked into the maze together. Yang Shishue followed and disappeared into the maze. At the same time, Yi Tianyin, who was the first to enter the maze, was separated from Yang Shishue and the others, because he was already in the maze. Only by breaking this maze could he get out. Using this as the entrance was really unique. Every time he entered, he had to break this maze. But after getting used to it, it would be very easy. Maze forest? It seems like there is such a thing, but it's still too low. In front of a 5th grade divine rune master, it's really not enough. Yi Tianyin shook his head. He didn't care about this maze at all. Chapter 206. After Yi Tianyin found the exit, he lifted his foot and walked out of the exit. The first thing that entered his eyes was an extremely beautiful environment. Regardless of the ornaments of the fake mountains or the trees, they were all very meticulous. They looked like a single entity, and it was extremely comfortable. This was the Heavenly Rune Pavilion, a place that focused on cultivating divine runes. This was the benefit of being in a large sect. With a large number of disciples of different levels would appear. This way, it would be easy to separate them into factions. If only one person could inscribe divine runes, it would be impossible to separate them. That would be a waste of resources. Are you new? Please show me your identity token. When the guards at the entrance saw Yi Tianyin, they were startled because he was too young. However, they wouldn't chase him away. Everything was done according to the rules. All he had to do was show his identity token. Regardless of whether he was familiar or unfamiliar, he had to show his identity token. Identity token? This is my identity token. Yi Tianyin took out the token He Qianhan gave him and said, "This is my token. I wonder if it's okay?" This isn't a disciple token. This is a recommendation token. It seems to be recommended by attendant Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this token. It doesn't seem to be a recommendation token. Just as the guards were about to take a closer look, a few figures walked out of the maze forest, attracting their attention. Why are you here?" At this moment, Feng Yulong and the rest had just walked in. When they saw Yi Tianyin standing in front of them, they were stunned. Soon after, Yang Shishue walked out, and when she saw Yi Tianyin, she was instantly dumbfounded. This speed was simply too fast. It was much faster than them. They often walked out of the maze forest, but every time they entered it, there would be slight changes. Hence, every time they entered, the time would be different. This could be considered a kind of training. They didn't expect Yi Tianyin to be faster than them on his first try. Wasn't he a monster? The exit is right here. Why can't I be here? Am I supposed to go around? Yi Tianyin looked at Liao Wen indifferently and said, "Speaking of which, you have to use your head to walk in the future. I am looking forward to this martial art being carried forward by you." As the old saying went, he didn't mind stepping on their faces. Since they dared to say such things, they should be waiting for the time when their faces would be slapped. This is impossible. You must have cheated. Liao Wen didn't believe in Yi Tianyin's words. He had never seen anyone who could enter for the first time so quickly. Then tell me, how do I cheat? Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes. He was very interested to hear how the other party would say that he cheated. Yi Tianyin looked at Liao Wen with great interest. He wanted to hear how he would accuse him of cheating. You've been here before. Liao Wen said after thinking for a while. Is that so? I've been here before. How come I don't even know? Yi Tianyin indifferently said, Why don't you say that I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Rune Pavilion and that I've been here before? As expected, your head is only used to walk. Liao Wen's face turned red. He pointed at Yi Tianyin in anger, but he didn't know what to say to refute. They all knew who the disciples of the Heavenly Rune Pavilion were. These guards must have seen who had entered before. To put it bluntly, Liao Wen just didn't want to admit it. Yi Tianyan really came in, and his speed was even faster than them. This time, Liao Wen had to use his head to walk. You're saying that this is his first time here, and his speed is even faster than you guys? The guards at the side understood what Liao Wen meant. They were all shocked. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? This was the first time he came in, and his speed was even faster than Yang Shishue and the others. They were ranked at the top here, but he was still faster than them. Wasn't this heaven-defying? Moreover, he looked so young. This was simply terrifying. Yes, he's even faster than us. Yang Shishue looked at Yi Tianyan with a complicated gaze. It seems like the person recommended by attendant. He isn't as weak as before. He can't even pass the maze. The content of the maze was mental energy and perception. Although the difficulty wasn't too high, it definitely wouldn't be easy. At the very least, it wouldn't be the kind that could be passed in just one round. One would have to put in some effort. They didn't expect Yi Tianyan to pass so quickly. This greatly exceeded their expectations. I wonder if I passed the test? Yi Tianyan smiled. Of course, there's no problem. Yang Shishue smiled. Moreover, you're very outstanding. Welcome to the Heavenly Rune Pavilion. Back then, when she first came in, she had to spend several hours before she could pass. But now, Yi Tianyan easily defeated her. The difference was too great. You have some ability, but your tone is too arrogant. Feng Yulong coldly snorted. He turned around and left with Liao Wen. When he passed by Yi Tianyan, he coldly said, "In the Heavenly Rune Pavilion, this level isn't enough. You better be careful. Don't touch things you shouldn't touch, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." He was warning Yi Tianyan not to get too close to Yang Shishue. Otherwise, he would deal with Yi Tianyan. However, Yi Tianyan wasn't interested in her. He was just unhappy with her threatening words. Who did she think she was? Wait a minute, you didn't walk backwards. Also, you didn't walk with your head. It's time to fulfill your promise. Yi Tianyan didn't mind exposing their previous promise. Now, it seemed like it was nothing more than a fart. Do you want to die? Feng Yulong's gaze was ice cold. Previously, he only looked down on Yi Tianyan. Who would have thought that Yi Tianyan would actually pass in 2 hours? Moreover, he was so much faster than them. Feng Yulong, you don't even have this little bit of magnanimity? Moreover, these words were said by you guys just now. Yang Shishue felt somewhat dissatisfied when she saw how Feng Yulong threatened Yi Tianyan. She wasn't related to Yi Tianyan, but she was very unhappy with Feng Yulong's arrogance. She didn't like Feng Yulong because he was too arrogant and didn't know how to restrain himself. He was extremely possessive and competitive. Whoever provoked him, he wouldn't rest until they were dead. Oh, you're still protecting this trash? Feng Yulong shook his head. His eyes were filled with flames as he coldly laughed. Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. This is the Heavenly Rune Pavilion, not a mountain village. You can't randomly duel. I know what I'm doing. These words made Yi Tianyan frown. The situation in the sect was rather bad. It seemed like there were disciples from other clans joining them. In a situation where they weren't united, the entire sect had no future to speak of. Chapter 207. What can I say? Feng Yulong sneered. What can I say? If I want to say it, what can you do to me? Do you have the ability to duel with me? No, I just want to say that since you made a promise, you should fulfill it, Yi Tianyan said indifferently. For me, there are some words that cannot be said casually. Oh, it seems that you are quite arrogant. If you have the ability, then let's duel now. Feng Yulong immediately became angry. He did not expect this new disciple to be so arrogant. No problem. We can start now. You can start first, Yi Tianyan said with a gesture of invitation. Good, good, good. Feng Yulong sneered 3 times. Then he quickly waved his palm and slapped down with his strongest strength. He slapped directly at his opponent's head, not holding back at all. If he is hit, Even if he doesn't die, he will become an idiot. Pa. But Yi Tianyin's palm was faster than him, and he slapped Feng Yulong hard. Feng Yulong was sent flying and rolled forward dozens of times before stopping. At this time, his mouth was swollen, and many of his teeth were broken. This scene made everyone stunned, although Feng Yulong's cultivation is not very strong. But he is at least at 7th level spirit refinement, and he was sent flying by a slap. Doesn't this mean that the boy in front of them is stronger than Feng Yulong? Feng Yulong was slapped by Yi Tianyin's hand, and he didn't know where he was. Feng Yulong's head immediately tilted, and he fainted. This slap was not light, but it was not heavy. At least it didn't kill him. If he didn't hold back, Feng Yulong's head would have been smashed by his slap. You dare to hit Brother Feng. Liaowen rushed over to help Feng Yulong, pointed at Yi Tianyin and said, "You will die miserably." "Oh, I'll wait," Yi Tianyin said indifferently. After Feng Yulong was taken away, Yang Shishua said in shock, You hit him. This way, the Feng family will come looking for trouble with you. Also, there are many of his friends in the Heavenly Rune Pavilion. It's fine. No matter how many of them come at me, I'll take them on, Yi Tianyin said calmly. This is all my fault. Because of me, this happened to you. I will deal with this matter. Yang Shishua's expression was solemn. This matter was definitely related to her. If it wasn't for her, Feng Yulong naturally wouldn't have mocked Yi Tianyin. If something happened to Yi Tianyin because of her, she would never forgive herself. It's okay, I don't care. Yi Tianyin shook his head. He didn't care about Feng Yulong at all. He had seen too many people like him. It seemed like it was a misunderstanding that caused him trouble. But with his arrogant attitude, no matter who he faced, he would cause trouble. No wonder there weren't any new disciples joining. With just this group of beasts, how many newcomers wouldn't be scared away by them? Even if they weren't scared away, their legs would be broken. Even if Yang Shishua wasn't present, he believed that Feng Yulong would find trouble with him later. With Feng Yulong's character, as long as there was a little threat, he would eliminate them as enemies. As long as there was competition, this kind of thing would happen. Immediately, Yang Shishua led him into Heavenly Rune Pavilion and began to arrange his residence. She also handed him an identity token. It was engraved with his name and where he belonged. In the entire Heaven's top mansion, there were identity tokens. These identity tokens were made by Heavenly Rune Pavilion and could not be counterfeited. If it was lost, it would be troublesome. An official disciple would become an outer disciple. This was a sex representative. If it was lost, he would be severely punished. After everything was done, Yang Shishua went to do her own things. She was not familiar with Yi Tianyin, so there was no need for her to stay here. Previously, Yi Tianyin was wearing a mask, so Yang Shishua didn't know about him, so they didn't talk much. If Yi Tianyin was wearing that mask, she would definitely be scared. Yi Tianyin didn't stay here for a while, so he went out of the room. He didn't really want to become a disciple here. He just wanted to see the overall situation. At least, he didn't have a good impression of Feng Yulong when he first came in. It was really a case of a mouse spoiling a pot of soup. If there were more arrogant disciples like Feng Yulong, then the sect would be really unfortunate. Competition was a good thing, but this kind of competition was vicious. If a person was ruthless in a duel, then he would be half crippled. After coming out, Yi Tianyin found that the surrounding people were looking at him. Some of them were looking at him strangely. Most of them didn't believe him. Hey, boss! I heard that the first time you came in, you broke a record and also severely beat Feng Yulong. It's really amazing. I didn't like that guy for a long time. You really had a good time beating him. At this time, a youth flashed from the side, rubbed his hands, and smiled. His smile was quite amiable. Yi Tianyin wasn't surprised by this. Feng Yulong and the others definitely wouldn't say anything. But the mouths of the guards wouldn't be idle. They would definitely spread the news everywhere. All of a sudden, the entire Heavenly Pattern Pavilion knew about it, causing them to be extremely shocked. They even doubted the authenticity of the news. They suspected that this was Yi Tianyun's first time here. But that didn't mean that he couldn't practice outside. After all, this maze forest wasn't a very difficult formation. It was just a little simulation outside. However, some believed it, some didn't believe it, but none of them had any intention of coming over to chat. He had provoked Fong Yulong. It should be said that he had ruthlessly beaten up Fong Yulong. This wasn't something that could be easily resolved. Fong Yulong had a very high status here. His level wasn't bad, so naturally no one dared to talk to him or befriend him. However, this young man wasn't afraid. He directly came over to talk to him, as if he was an acquaintance. I think someone should have broken this record before, right? Tianyin didn't think that his speed was really the limit. There is indeed someone faster than you. However, your age is at least in the top 3. You look too young. Tell me, how old are you this year? The fatty asked. He wasn't surprised by the fatty's answer. There were many geniuses, so it wasn't surprising that someone could leave faster. Those who were younger than him were also not surprising. Those who were born as monsters, their mental strength talent was terrifying. I'm 17 years old this year, almost 18. Tianyin thought for a moment. That was the approximate age. Good boy, your bone age is only 17 years old. The young man rubbed his palms and said, excitedly, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yang Yu, and I'm ranked 83 in the Heavenly Pattern Pavilion. We all know your name, Tianyin. It's really a good name. Tianyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yang Yu was really familiar with him, but he was very interested in this ranking. I wonder what my current rank is. Tianyin asked. We'll know when we go to the plaza. Come with me. Yang Yu brought Tianyin to the plaza. Here, he saw a stone tablet with many wooden plates hanging on it. All of them were names. Tianyin glanced over and saw his name hanging on the 81st place, a few places higher than Yang Yu. There weren't many people in the entire Heavenly Pattern Pavilion. In total, there were only 133 people. He was in the limelight, but he was only ranked 81st. This ranking was very important. It was related to the resources one could obtain. The maze array test was the ranking test. The higher the ranking, the more resources one would obtain. Therefore, everyone was fighting for this ranking. Of course, this didn't mean much to him. Even if he was ranked first, it was a matter of course for him. 5th grade Divine Rune Master. Who here could have this rank? He just came in and strolled around. Chapter 208. 81st, huh? That's a little low. Tianyin was still not satisfied. He thought he could be higher, but he was still at the back. Although he didn't care much about this ranking and didn't plan to become a disciple here, it was indeed a little low for him to only be ranked 81st with his speed. Boss, you still think it's low? Yang Yu showed a smile that was uglier than crying and almost knelt down. I've been here for so long, and I'm only ranked 83rd. You still think it's low? I'm already much higher than others, okay? At least I'm not at the bottom. Tianyin knew the rules of the ranking. If the ranking was determined by breaking through the maze quickly, it would be unfair for him to be ranked first. This was a comprehensive test. Just based on breaking through the maze, he was ranked 81st. It wasn't because he was strong, but because he had great potential. That was why he was ranked 81st. I'm just saying. Tianyin smiled indifferently. Others don't dare to approach me. It's probably because of Fong Yulong, but you dare to approach me. What's your purpose? He glanced at the ranking on the stone tablet. Fong Yulong was ranked 30th, and Yang Shishua was ranked 22nd. It seemed that their rankings were quite high. Yang Shishua rejected Fong Yulong. Now it seemed that he had the capital to be ranked 23rd among so many geniuses. It was a shocking standard. I don't have any purpose. I just want to get to know you. He rubbed his palms and chuckled. It seemed that his motive was simple. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You can wander around by yourself. Tianyin didn't pay attention to him. He turned and walked out. Wait, I'll say it. Yang Yu was afraid of Tianyin. He wouldn't eat anything. Oh, tell me. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. Actually, I have a grudge against Feng Yulong, but I can't beat him. You can torture him ruthlessly. This is really to my liking. Yang Yu smiled. Let's be friends. I know everything about Heavenly Rune Pavilion and even the entire Heaven's top mansion. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Looks like you're quite knowledgeable about information. Yi Tianyun's interest was piqued. Of course, there's no one in the entire Heaven's top mansion that I don't know. I even know what's going on outside. Our Yang family collects information. Whatever you want to know, I can find out for you. Yang Yu smiled confidently. What's your relationship with Yang Shishue? Yi Tianyin asked. She's my sister. Yang Yu smiled and said, that Feng Yulong isn't worthy of being my brother-in-law. Moreover, the Feng family is becoming more and more arrogant. Their relationship with our family is getting worse. It would be best if you could beat him up. But you have to be careful. The Feng family will definitely not let you go, and the other people in Heavenly Rune Pavilion will not let you go. I can't help much, but I will tell you all the information, whether it's the escape route, who'll have a grudge against you, or who'll come to deal with you. I will tell you in advance. This was a perfect friend to provide information, but it didn't mean much to him. That's not necessary, I know what I'm doing. In the face of his absolute power, all schemes and plots were trash. You're that confident? Yang Yu was shocked. His words were really full of himself. It's okay. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, by the way, where can I find some good geniuses here? Go to Tianhun Tower. You can find good geniuses in Tianhun Tower. Do you want to fight with them? Yang Yu was shocked. No, I'm just going to walk around. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, I'm going to Tianhun Tower now. Do you want to come with me? Yes, of course I'm going. Yang Yu seemed to smell something. What he didn't know was that Yi Tianyin was going to see if there were any geniuses worth poaching. Then, the two of them walked into Heavenly Rune Pavilion. Soon, they arrived at the Tianhun Tower in Heavenly Rune Pavilion. Since Heavenly Rune Pavilion had a high status, there would be good resources here. The Tianhun Tower was one of them. The entire Tianhun Tower had a total of 5 levels. The higher the level, the more spiritual energy was needed. Correspondingly, the effects of cultivation would be stronger and stronger. Not only could it cultivate spiritual energy, but it could also increase one's cultivation. It could be said to be a double improvement. However, there was a time limit. Depending on the ranking, the number of days would vary. As Yi Tianyin had just joined, he would be given an additional number of days. But it wouldn't be too much, about 5 more days. Combined with his ranking, it would add up to 10 days, which wasn't much at all. This is the Tianhun Tower. It's really impressive. Yi Tianyin looked up and saw that the towering divine tower was made of a special profound heavenly stone, which locked the spiritual power inside, making it airtight. Except for the door in front of him, there was no other exit. After he walked in, he immediately felt a heavy pressure on his head. He didn't even go upstairs, but he already felt the pressure on his head through the thick Xiantian pressing on his body. This pressure is really good. It's a good place for those with low cultivation. Yi Tianyin nodded. The Heaven's Top Mansion's foundation was really not bad. Although it had declined, it was still not weak. A good place for cultivation could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. It was the magic weapon for those with low talent to catch up with those with high talent. Of course, Tianhun Tower is an excellent place for us to cultivate. It's just that it's a bit restrictive. If you don't have enough days, you can't enter at all. Yang Yu said with pity, My days have already been used up. Otherwise, I would go in with you to cultivate. After going in, he saw an old man sitting on the side. Yang Yu smiled and said, Deacon Huang, we're here to cultivate. Without waiting for Yi Tianyin to say anything, Yang Yu went over to greet him. Immediately, Yi Tianyin took out the identity token and handed it over. If he wanted to go up to cultivate, He needed this identity token. The old man, who was sitting leisurely to the side, took the identity token and glanced at him indifferently. He said with a smile, "You're the newcomer who has caused quite a stir recently. You've created quite a good record as soon as you arrived, and your talent is not bad. This is quite interesting. Which floor do you want to cultivate on?" "The 5th floor." Tianyin didn't think much and directly chose the highest floor. Chapter 209. Not to mention Yang Yu. Even the yellow-faced deacon was stunned when he mentioned the 5th floor, the 5th level. Deacon Huang was startled and then smiled. "You're really ambitious. You dare to challenge the 5th level without experiencing the effects of the other levels? Only the top 30 can go to the 5th level and persist. Are you sure you want to do this? If you go down, the days will be counted. Not only will you be embarrassed, but you'll also lose days." "Thank you for your advice, Deacon Huang. I want to go to the 5th level and stay for 10 days. Tianyin smiled. "What? 10 days?" Deacon Huang's eyes widened and looked at Tianyin as if he was an idiot. "Are you sure you want to do this? To be able to stay on the 5th floor for 10 days, only the top 15 can do it." He knew that Tianyin's spiritual energy talent was good, but choosing the highest difficulty level right after coming here was not rational enough. If he chose one day, he would just bet all the days. If he couldn't persist, it would all be wasted. "I'm sure I want to do this." Tianyin's eyes were firm. Deacon Huang shook his head and sighed. He was only a guard and would not interfere with the choice. After all, sometimes making a wrong choice was a kind of improvement. He hoped to learn from his mistakes. This was what he said to Tianyin. "All right, I've recorded it. All your days have been cleared. Go to the 5th level. If you can't persist, come down." "You can't go to the other levels," Deacon Huang reminded. He could only stay on the level he chose in the Heavenly Soul Tower. This was not very humane, but the rules were set. He could only stay on this level and couldn't go to the other levels. The decision was simple. It was the amulet. Once he fainted during cultivation, the amulet would shatter and protect him. Then he would be teleported down. Different levels had different amulets. They were not suitable for each other. After all, they were not the same in strength. In addition, the amulet could also gather spiritual energy. In other words, if he went in and took out the amulet, he would become the target of attacks. There would be a constant stream of spiritual energy attacks. Without this, there was no point in entering the 5th floor. As for the talismans and whatnot, they were not allowed to change either. They had to be responsible for their own choices. Who told them to choose so many in one go? "Oh my God, boss, aren't you a little too daring?" The 5th floor is the privilege of the top 25. Once you enter, you'll be blasted unconscious. Are you sure you want to go? Yang Yu quickly recovered and hurriedly advised. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I think you're here to play?" Tianyin shook his head. Why don't you try the 3rd level first? I think this is more suitable for you. Or the 4th level. Hey, don't go. Even if it's the 5th level, just experience it for a day. Why do you have to spend so many days in one go? We're done for. Yang Yu kept trying to persuade Tianyin. He believed that Tianyin wouldn't be able to last that long. If he fainted, it would be a loss. "Is that so? If I were to faint, then I'd be overestimating myself." Tianyin knew that he was being kind, but he knew his own level even better. How could a spirit core cultivator faint here? What a joke! Tianyin took the talisman and went straight to the 5th floor. Through the winding stairs, he quickly arrived at the 5th floor. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. Even if there was a big formation at the door, there would still be some fluctuations coming from inside. When he arrived at the 5th floor, he stood at the door and saw a few scattered people meditating in various places on the 5th floor. Without hesitation, Tianyin lifted his feet and walked inside. Yang Yu stayed outside to watch. When he came in, he immediately felt a pressure coming from all directions. After he chose a position, he took out the talisman and poured spiritual power into it. A terrifying spiritual power immediately rushed over. Of course, for him, it didn't mean anything at all. He only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and it began to be washed by the spiritual power. However, the effect was slightly worse. It didn't improve his spiritual power at all. It could only be regarded as an itch. However, there was one obvious improvement, and that was the experience. With the impact of the spiritual power, there was also a stream of pure spiritual power that continuously penetrated into his body. This was like using the spiritual power impact to penetrate into his body in one fell swoop, helping him to absorb the spiritual power. 300 EXP, 350 EXP, 340 EXP. This cultivation site was for Spirit Refinement Realm cultivators, so it was destined to not have an explosive experience effect, so he didn't even have the idea of activating crazy mode. It's really a good cultivation place. If I can put the divine runes of this Tianhun Tower in the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, I can have a special cultivation place. This is very suitable for disciples who practice divine runes. Tianyin was very satisfied with this place, not because of the effect, but because of the function here. He can take it back to the heavens immersing ancient ruins to carve it, although he has the memory of the spirit race. Some divine runes are not suitable for carving, because the divine runes of the spirit race are too overbearing. Even the worst divine runes can only be used by core condensation cultivators. This kind of weakened version for training new disciples, on the contrary, is not in the memory. This gives him a great reference value. If he can learn it, then carve it in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Then it will be a brand new cultivation place. At the same time, he also observed the situation around to see if there are any good disciples here. Looking up, he immediately saw an acquaintance meditating here, that is Yang Shishue. It seems that she wanted to leave before, in order to return to the Tianhun Tower to cultivate. This is the 5th floor. Yang Shishue was shocked. Tianyin has only been here for a few days. He must not have adapted to the other floors. So he chose to come to the 5th floor. As soon as Tianyin came in, many people noticed him, including Yang Shishue. A fellow disciple who just came to the Tianhun Tower not long ago actually came to the 5th floor. Is he not afraid of death? After he came in, a group of people instantly exploded. Many people looked at him with strange eyes. Some felt disdain, thinking that Tianyin is overestimating himself. Is this the new disciple who is in the limelight recently? This courage is not small. Directly coming to the 5th floor, I bet he will get out of here in less than a day. A day? I think at most half a day. I don't know how many days he booked. If it is too much, then he is an idiot. The people who are talking about the top 30 powerhouses, they all shook their heads. They're not optimistic about Tianyin. How can he be so arrogant after defeating Feng Yulong in the future?